Thank you all for being here this evening. I will call the meeting to order, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Klostad.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Here.
Mayor Romack.
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand now and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all very much. It is now time for public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments on any items not on tonight's agenda. So if you are here for an agenda item, you will have an opportunity later on. If you'd like to make a public comment this evening, please come forward to the podium. Please state your name for the record, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer to my left, your right, so you can watch that and see if you're running out of time, you can wrap things up. Thank you very much. And Siobhan, you can kick us off.
Hi, Siobhan Smart. This is going to be quick. I just have a few thank yous. We just had Veterans Day. And forgive me because I always get emotional. But we probably had our lowest turnout this year. We've had about 65 veterans. Usually we feed between 120 and 180. And I thought, oh, maybe it was the food, but it was a football game. So Saturday, many of my veterans and their families were at the game. The wagon train will be closing early on Saturday at 11:30 because we are not missing the championship game. So a few thank yous. First to the town, Kelly Carpenter, Sarah Ring, and Mike and Tara Vaughn, who had the worst job on the planet, which was cleanup. I cannot thank you all enough for your time, your effort. I have to thank Connie, and I'm going to say her name wrong, Shefarazi, John and Jen Howard from Sierra Bible Church for helping to set up and distribute food that was left over. To Tahoe Forest Church, Brent and Tina Cutler and their friends who came up at 5:30 and set up. To Park and Rec, who were just amazing, who managed to get the building open for us at 5:30. And if you're a veteran here, I know I see a couple of my folks. Just want to say thank you for your service and that you are so loved. As always, veterans in my store eat for half off. If you come in uniform, we'll feed your butts for free.
Thank you very much. And special thank you to Wagon Train, as always, for providing the food and everything you do for that event. Sorry, oh my gosh.
I also have to say thank you to the Deerhoff Family Trust, to Neil, Claudia, Beth, and Chris, their families, for donating all of our food cost this year, which was amazing, and to the green dishes that Kelly brought. Those actually worked out really well. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Please come on up.
Hello. My name is Wayne Smith, and I'm here speaking on behalf of my neighborhood of Gateway. We're located right behind the old CHP building, which is now a vacant lot, kind of behind the grocery outlet there. And I'm here to make a public comment on the future plans for that area. Specifically, it's called the Pacific Crest Commons. It's going to be an affordable housing development in there, about 55 units. And we are totally for that. We need more affordable housing here. However, I have become aware that there's potential plans for opening what's called Donner Way, which is behind our, behind our neighborhood there, with access to 89 through the parking lot. And I'm speaking against that in hopes to keep that closed to through traffic. Originally, it was planned for emergency access and bicycles, but I've become aware that for fire reasons, they're potentially planning on opening that. And we would like to do whatever we can to keep that from happening. Our neighborhood is a common walking place for folks that live there, work at the hospital, as well as, you know, the extended care and the families that bring their kids for daycare. Our fear is that if you open up that, it will become a thoroughfare for ski traffic and people trying to avoid the traffic light there. Pacific Crest Commons is a California project. It's not actually a town of Truckee thing, so little approval is needed. However, the aspect I'm discussing is town of Truckee related. They have to be able to, or they have to grant an encroachment for access on Donner Way. So we are asking the town of Truckee, whether it's in this meeting or there's probably a more formal and better way to do this, to not grant the encroachment and force the developers in the state of California to look for another alternative route to get a second entrance to their parking lot so that they can still adhere to the fire code. Again, we are not opposed to the affordable housing. What we're trying to do is keep Donner Way closed or just to closed to vehicle traffic. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. And just procedurally, just so everyone is aware, any public comments that are made during the public comment portion, we don't take action on or discuss because it's not an agendized item. So just so everyone is aware. Next public commenter, come on up.
Hi, my name is Scott Ehlert. I'm also a resident of Gateway, a homeowner there since 2018. Also speaking about the Pacific Crest Commons project. As Wayne stated, we're all in support of more affordable housing, particularly in the most job-rich area of town. However, running an easement and access point off of the 89 into our quiet neighborhood seems to be really at odds with a lot of the professed goals of our town, which is supporting active transportation, active play for kids, and safe streets. So we would really encourage the town to support alternate points of egress. There are 3 business parking lots along Donner Pass Road from Bank of America to Grocery Outlet that are almost always empty. That seems like a much more appropriate point of access into that project versus our quiet neighborhood where there's lots of families, lots of kids that ride their bikes, and more families moving into that neighborhood as one of the last remaining affordable neighborhoods in the city, the town. So thank you very much for your time, and recognizing also that this is a state lot and there's not a lot that the town can do. However, we really would like to work with the developers to find a more appropriate point of access to that project. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, don't be shy. And if you guys want to, move closer to the podium.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking time to listen. I'm also a resident of Gateway. My name is Joey Alfonso, and my wife and I have lived in Gateway since 2016. We are located on Spring Lane, which is the furthest house west of the hospital. If you haven't had a chance to visit our neighborhood, it is very charming, almost like living in a time capsule. On a daily basis, weather permitting, of course, you will often find children playing on the streets, neighbors walking their dogs, hospital personnel pushing patients through the neighborhood for a bit of fresh air, daycare workers escorting children around the neighborhood for exercise, and hospital staff walking the neighborhood during their lunch breaks. These are all beautiful attributes that make our neighborhood seem like a little slice of heaven in the middle of town. The objective of my address is to express our concerns as residents of Gateway about, again, the new PCC development project where the old CHP building once stood. The main topic of discussion is the use of Donner Way as a point of ingress and egress for the new project. We are respectfully requesting for the town of Truckee to not grant or permit encroachment to Donner Way and force the PCC developers to plan a second entrance and exit off of Highway 89. First and foremost, we want to express that we are not opposed to adding much needed affordable housing in Truckee. This is vital in an effort to keep our beautiful town operating, especially in the middle of town where public transit can be easily utilized. We are pleading that if Donner Way must be used, it be used as bicycle and pedestrian traffic only, not open as a second point of entrance and exit for the development, increasing traffic flow to an already existing quiet neighborhood. Our understanding is that per fire code, the number of units being projected, there needs to be 2 points of ingress and egress. If Donner Way were used as an entrance or exit to the development, many residents will then use the neighborhood to cut through to avoid our one traffic light we have in town. Not to mention, when Highway 80 closes during the winter storms, drivers are always looking for an alternate route to get around and back on I-80. I'm confident that this current route will be jam-packed with cars driving through the neighborhood looking for an alternate route given by Waze or another. Although Truckee has has changed drastically in the past few years, the town has certainly benefited. The town is evolving with growing needs and the addition of new primary residents. I must admit, the addition of more affordable housing is crucial to keeping our town running smoothly, and we are not opposed to the addition of the PCC development and affordable housing. However, we are asking for the town of Truckee to agree with us against the developers to not permit encroachment on Donner Way. The developers have great resources and abilities to utilize the existing driveway and create another entrance and exit for the development off of Highway 89. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next public commenter, come on up.
How you doing? I'm Bill Brownlee. I'm also a resident on the west end of the Gateway project, right exactly where this Truckee Way empties out, or used to empty out into our little subdivision, and it's just the greatest neighborhood you ever want to live in. Everybody's driving slow, dogs are walking, people are walking. Now, what I ask you to think about is if you were in that kind of neighborhood, a lot of you are, would you want 54 or 55 or however many units there are of low-income housing people to all of a sudden be driving past your driveway and they're in a hurry to get someplace? We're not in a hurry because we're already where we want to be. We're home. So the presenters that I just listened to presented the arguments very well, and I don't have much to add other than the personal consideration of what would you want in your neighborhood. And there are alternatives. Someone mentioned the parking lot for the bank that is empty. 90%, I've seen like 2 cars there occasionally. And there's a perfect way to get out to Donner Pass Road. And the other thing would be, let's say if they decided, okay, look, too bad, we're going to dump people out in your neighborhood. We need it for fire egress. Well, fire egress doesn't happen every day. So they don't need to exit there every day. It could be fire exit only and controlled. And there's cameras and there's neighbors that would also be taking some cautions, looking at who's going in and out and against the wishes of people that are saying, yeah, fire exit only. If they need it for fire exit, well, if it has to be, let's just make it for fire exit only, and not for people that just want to get a shortcut down to downtown or over to the Safeway or wherever. So I'm again, it's been very well expressed that we're not against the low-income housing. We're not against people having their cars over there in that big old parking lot they're going to build, but we just don't want that parking lot dumping out into our neighborhood. And I think you would feel the same way. So that's enough out of me. Bill Brownlee, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public comment, please come on up.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Williams. I'm also a resident of Gateway. I've been a homeowner there since, I believe, 2010. Many of my neighbors have lived there much, much longer. It's a pretty well-established neighborhood. I don't want to really go over all the reasons why, we all love and value our quiet neighborhood. I will stress that living on Spring Lane, I see, the foot traffic and the families and hospital personnel walking by my home all day long, every day. And in terms of the wellness for our whole community at large, there's a lot of, my background is public health, and there's been a movement in public health for town designers to really look at what can you do to facilitate health and well-being in your community? And I applaud Truckee that we've created these beautiful trails and access places for us. And, we already have this existing in the Gateway neighborhood. And I'm telling you, having the traffic come from this development through the tiny streets is going to have a big impact and change the neighborhood forever. And it's a safety issue, really. And so I just want to support everything everyone else has said. And as a homeowner, I really don't want to see this access granted for in and out traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, next public comment.
I'm another Gateway resident, but I've lived there since 1965. And the only thing I disagree with what the previous speakers have said is that it's a quiet neighborhood. I think we're very heavily impacted by traffic from the court, the hospital, which is a huge operation, and needing parking, which is often almost back to my house, which is on Spring and Vista. I really feel that it's important that, we've also had the traffic from the grocery outlet, and there's just too much coming into the neighborhood that is not neighborhood, and it's not always slow drivers. It's really important that you think about the destruction of our nice, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
And would you mind stating your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Nancy Wilkins.
Thank you very much. Next public commenter.
Good evening. My name's Jenny Smart, also a Gateway homeowner. I think that might be the theme of public comment tonight. And I share the sentiments of the previous homeowners who've been up here in that I think that we have an opportunity right now to develop this in a really mindful way. I'm pro more housing for residents here. I am a homeowner, as I said. I'm also a business owner, and my staff struggle with finding places to live. So I do appreciate the access that is going to be given to them for opportunity for affordable housing in Truckee. I do think, though, we have an opportunity to develop in a thoughtful way. And I think that maintaining the integrity of the existing neighborhood is really one of those key components. And I don't think that it's a big ask. I think that we're at a time in the development right now that we can pivot really seamlessly, right? There's no reason that the encroachment needs to be granted when there is access on other streets that is just as easy to grant. So hopefully we can be thoughtful about this and pivot and move forward, get some more housing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Next public commenter. And if there's anyone else who had public comment on the public comment portion of our evening, please come on up. Otherwise, we will close it after this gentleman.
Good evening. My name is Neil DeLeon, also a homeowner in the Gateway neighborhood. Specifically, I own the house on the corner of Spring Lane and Tahoe Drive, which also would be bordering the new road, which was the Donner Way. Thank you very much. And again, I don't want to reiterate what everyone has already said. We do love our neighborhood. We love how quiet it is. We know the importance of everyone using it in terms of walking and enjoying the neighborhood. My biggest concern with this is safety. Living on that corner, I've seen multiple accidents hit into my other lot. Trees, stop signs, I don't know. It's multiple times in a year that I'm going to have to go out there and see the cops trying to figure out what happened. So again, safety being one of the biggest concerns, especially with how many young kids walk around or elderly. Big thing, Halloween, right? We all do Halloween at Gateway. So it's, again, a safety hazard. There's definitely more opportunities that we can look into in terms of how to open up what would be the new low-income housing. As others have said, the Bank of America parking lot, I don't think I've ever seen a car there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will close public comment. Thank you all very much for attending and sharing your public comments with us. We're now going to move on to the presentations, and I did want to share with everyone, we've got quite a few presentations this evening because we are going to be celebrating Gratitude Month. So each council member is going to be recognizing an organization or a person or multiple people. And so I want everyone in the audience to be aware. We're going to go through our presentations. We also have one proclamation to get through as well. After that, we are going to take a short break. We have some cookies in the back to celebrate our Gratitude Month recipients. And then we are going to come back and get back to the rest of our business. So again, since we have a lot of people in the audience, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of the plan for the evening. So with that, we will move to presentation number 5.1. And I would like to invite Vanjie Whiteman to come on up and join me at the podium. She is a longtime Historic Preservation Advisory Commission member, and we'd love to recognize you this evening.
And while the mayor is making her way to the podium, I would just like to invite people that are standing in the back, that there's plenty of chairs up front and there's chairs dispersed throughout. So you don't have to stand if you don't want to. Come on up.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Klivstad. Yeah, there's plenty of front row seats, best seats in the House. So Vanjie, come on and stand right here. We wanted to honor Vanjie as she's been on the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for 17 years. So we have a special proclamation for her this evening. Whereas on May 5th, 2005, Vanjie Whiteman was appointed to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission by the Truckee Town Council. And whereas Vanjie Whiteman is a highly qualified licensed architect and also has extensive experience reviewing architecture within the context of various community guidelines through her job as Director of Architecture Review at Martis Camp and on several other design review boards throughout the region. And whereas as a Historic Preservation Advisory Commissioner, Vanjie has provided exceptional design insight and demonstrated great understanding of preservation goals versus economic and aesthetic viability. And whereas Vanjie has a warm and friendly attitude that facilitates discussion and creates an engaging atmosphere during review of HPAC applications. She has extensive knowledge of the historic preservation regulations and development standards. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee with gratitude and appreciation to Vanjie for her 17 years of service on the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission and health and happiness for her future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You want to... Do you want to say a few words? I'll say
just a few. Wow, this is quite something. So normally HPAC happens in this room, and I'm sitting up there, and there's not this many people here. It's far more frightening at this podium all by myself than it ever was at that dais surrounded by my fellow commissioners. I will be brief. I have seen the agenda this evening. I'll try and go fast. I joined HPAC in 2005, as was mentioned, and a lot has changed in the town in that time, as well as in my own life. But there are a few things that maintained consistency in all of that time. One of them is the marvelous planning staff. HPAC is lucky to have that supportive partnership with planning. I was always appreciative for the details and the thought and the value of all those meeting packets. Oftentimes they're, monsters. And the work that goes into those is more valued than I think any of you are aware. So my thanks for all that typing and all that paper and all that putting together of information. My sincere thanks to the various folks that sort of minded HPAC. I'm not sure what that position technically is called. It's like we're hosting our game show, so to speak. Danielle, Jana, Jamie, Yumi, Laura, I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but your guidance was helpful and oftentimes it was invaluable. So my thanks to all of you who sat in the room with us on those very early Wednesday mornings. The other very consistent element is the exemplary quality of character of all of my fellow commissioners, past and present, throughout the years. As I said, my first and last meetings were in this room. And from the beginning in 2005 to the end last month, I was always surrounded by people who are thoughtful and engaged, who came to the table at what really is a next level mindset. And they worked hard to make effective and positive recommendations that matter. These are people that understand the irreplaceable value of Truckee's historical inventory. And next to its citizenry, as evidenced this evening, the historical qualities of Truckee are some of the town's most valuable assets. They cannot be replaced, so we have to take good care of them. Each and every one of my fellow commissioners prompted me to raise my game, to see beyond my own preconceived notions, and at times to keep pushing for the best outcome, even when it was absolutely not fun to do that. In The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy finally leaves, she tells the Scarecrow that she'll miss him the most. So to Brendan and Carol and Sean and Bill, I will miss you most. It has been my privilege to serve on this commission, and it was a gift to do so with the company that surrounded me. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much for your 17 years of service. That is incredible. And we're going to continue now with our thanks and gratitude because it is Gratitude Month. As I mentioned, each of the 5 council members up here have picked an organization or individuals to highlight this evening. And before we get to that, I did just want to recognize that we are a community that is full of incredible volunteers, community members, organizations, businesses, and people that dedicate countless hours to what makes Truckee Truckee. And we each selected a different, again, organization or person or whatnot. And I know we all had a really hard time selecting just one. So I did want to highlight, while we're going to be talking about 5 this evening, we could have picked 105, but we know that there are other things to get to on the agenda, so we'll just stick to 5. And then I will highlight on the screen before you is a symbol of gratitude. Symbols, as we know, carry a lot of power, and I could take probably 10 minutes describing to you what this whole symbol means, but I won't do that because, again, I know we have some other things to do. But I did want to highlight just a few elements of this symbol. First, we have the spiral center. This is the core of the gratitude symbol. A spiral is often used to symbol the many powerful concepts such as rebirth, the circle of life, and evolution, and is often seen as a symbol for change and development. Gratitude is, at its core, an act of giving thanks for what you have. Gratitude prompts personal growth, which is often seen as personal evolution and personal rebirth. The 3 dots that you can see towards the bottom, it's commonly recognized as an ellipses, and the series of 3 dots is believed to have a variety of meanings, all which tie into, again, practice of gratitude. The first thought comes from a grammatical perspective, which is the 3 dots stands for taking further action. You might put that in a text message sometimes. Also, it closely relates to a gratitude practice, as a practice always seeking to find things to be grateful for, and also an opportunity to take further action, to give thanks in your daily life. The secondary meaning of the 3 dots is a mathematical thought, which represents an infinite list. There is always something for us to be grateful for, and our list of things to find gratitude in is an infinite number. And then finally, the hook at the bottom of this symbol. This closely resembled another symbol that's called the makau, which is an ancient Hawaiian symbol, and I probably mispronounce it, so I apologize. This symbol represents strength, energy, and abundance. And again, this fits perfectly with the gratitude symbol, as gratitude helps us increase the power of our happiness, giving us emotional strength and energy. So this is a powerful symbol, again, to highlight this evening as we are talking gratitude for the many wonderful people, organizations, volunteers who give to our community. And my last comments before we proceed to honoring each of the recipients is to share a quote from William Arthur Ward, who said, "Having gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it." So with that, we'd love to express our gratitude this evening. And Councilmember Klövstad, I would invite you, if you want to head to the podium, and invite your recipients to come on up and join you.
Yep. I am honored this evening to recognize my appreciation and gratitude for the Truckee River Watershed Council, and I invite you all to come join me up here. Thank you. So I do have a few words, and then you'll have a chance to do the same. So I'm incredibly grateful for the existence of this organization. the work that they do is so profound and touches each and every one of us, whether we know it or not. And I pulled a couple of things from their website that I think are really important to share. First, they have the quote on here, "We believe a more sustainable tomorrow starts with the watershed. Our goal is to restore the resilience of our environment so nature and humanity can thrive together for generations." And to me, that's just the quintessence of protection of our environment and sustaining us into the future, which is very important to me and to our community. And their work is remarkably complicated and multifaceted. They raise money, and then they go after grants, and then they have to do the science to figure out what's actually going to restore that meadow or that watershed or that creek. They have to manage those projects. They have to manage the funds. They have to manage the grants. And then there's a huge educational component, which is actually my favorite part, because that's where I first got introduced to Truckee River Watershed Council, which was through my child in the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, as they did education through them as well. So I know you guys all know some of the projects, but they literally cover our entire watershed, all the way from Perazzo Creek Meadow, all the way down to Bear Creek, and hundreds of spots in between. How many in this room have participated in Truckee River Day? Okay, that's beautiful. Isn't that awesome? Yes. So you know the impacts and the multitude of these projects and the true pleasure of being able to go back to them year after year and see their improvements, see the grass growing and the willows blossoming, and it's just amazing. So, and lastly, I want to extend gratitude to their donors, because that is the seed money that allows them to go after, they leverage that money to go after a multitude of state and federal and local grants. So to all of the donors, myself included, and I know there's many in this room that are also donors to the Truckee River Watershed Council, my deepest gratitude to you as well. So with that, congratulations.
Can we all just stand in front of the podium?
Yes. They want to. Oh, up here. One thing really fast.
We're definitely appreciating the length of the agenda tonight. I just want to say that thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much for nominating us and having us up here. And thank you so much. More than half the room, way more than half the room, raised their hands at having been to Truckee River Day. And that just means everything to us, everything. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Councilmember Henderson, if you want to head on up there next.
Good evening, everyone. I see Perla back there. I would love to call out Perla and anyone else from the Boys and Girls Club to join me at the podium. And I do have a few words that I want to say. It is my unique honor to share my gratitude this evening for Perla and the entire staff at the Boys and Girls Club of Truckee and North Lake Tahoe. Their mission is to inspire and enable all youth, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. And as I thought to myself, I said, don't we need that in today's increasingly fractured world? Don't we need that when we see too much violence, not enough kindness, and intolerance towards others based solely on religion, race, and gender. I've spent a lot of time reflecting on what it means to cultivate community connection, which is one of this council's 5 adopted goals you can see over there on the wall. How do we do that? How do we cultivate this connection in our community? How do we prioritize inclusivity deeply and truly for everyone? How do we accomplish this lofty goal in our community when we also experience divisive issues that can pit friends and even family against one another? And then I realized that I had no further to look for a wonderful exemplar of this community connection than what the Boys and Girls Club does for our community. From a young age, they foster a culture of connectedness, of inclusivity, and of acceptance. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Perla and the staff at the Truckee Elementary site. And what I have come to see is how they model and emulate this for students every single day. The Boys and Girls Club operates programs serving children from 3 years old into their teenage years at Truckee L, Alder Creek Middle School, Kings Beach, and in Incline Village. They serve hundreds upon hundreds of students every single day, providing families with the care, support, and connectedness that they need to thrive in our community. It isn't simply about providing before and after school care either, though that is certainly a critical function. They look out and support our most vulnerable community members with STEM education, outdoor activities, and enhanced learning opportunities. They offer low-cost summer camps for everyone, field trips to places like Donner Lake to teach the value of our natural environment and the importance of protecting and preserving it. For Thanksgiving, they're providing turkey dinner kits to families in need who couldn't afford a turkey dinner otherwise. They value diversity, and they welcome everyone. To me, this is the epitome of cultivating community connection and doing it for our youth. The Boys and Girls Club staff demonstrates the power of dedication, care, love, nurturing, compassion, and connection. I am so grateful for all of your tireless work. You set examples that our entire community should live by. I am unendingly grateful for all of the work that you do for our youth, and I believe we have one particular youth who knows you all well in the back who might want to come up with a little present for all that you do. Or might be shy, maybe during cookies. So I would love you to come up, let's take a photo, and I would love you to say a few words if you're willing. Okay, come here. Come on up. Okay, there we go.
Well, my name is Mindy. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Boys and Girls Club, and I just want to say how honored we are to receive this recognition, and especially recognition of Perla and our staff, who really spent so much time caring, nurturing, mentoring, guiding our kids. We could not do this. We could not do the work of the Boys and Girls Club without the support of the community. We've been in the region for 25 years, starting in Kings Beach, but been serving the Truckee community now since, I believe, 2015. And we couldn't do it alone, and we're so grateful for all of the partners, all of the donors, all of the parents who entrust us with their children every day, and we're just very honored by this recognition, so thank you.
Oh, I might need a little stool. I'm a little nervous to really express how I'm feeling, but I want to say thank you to Courtney. She's one of the lovely families that supports us, and our little friend over there. I know you see me. Well, I want to say thank you again to Mindy, Aaron. He is a really great manager, even though I may be a little funny towards you. But I want to say thank you for everything, and I'm just thankful for everything. That's it. Thank you.
I'll be super brief. I just want to thank the town of Truckee for recognizing us. I'm the sites manager for Truckee specifically, and in my short time being here, I've seen some amazing growth and got to know some really incredible families and even more incredible kids. I think it's one of our challenges is as we're in the school is a lot of families don't get to see the programs we're running or other staff interacting with kids. And I think that really speaks to how incredible Perla does at her job as being just the window into our program and just really representing what we're about. So thank you guys.
Thank you all very much. Councilmember Zabriskie, you're up next.
It was a little more than 25 years ago that the Rotary Club of Truckee formed the Truckee River Legacy Foundation with the goal of building community support for the preservation and protection of the Truckee River. And rather ingeniously, they realized that what they needed to do was increase the opportunity, make it easier for people to actually experience the river. And it was the Truckee River Legacy Foundation that initiated and conceived the Legacy Trail, with which just about everybody in this room is familiar and thoroughly appreciates. What's happened over the course of the last 25 years, and the town has carried this project forward. Since COVID, we know we're into a new period of appreciation for the river. But today, I want to express gratitude for the Foundation's vision and for the success of its effort in helping build that community support for the river. So I'd like to present this plaque to Jan Holland, my namesake. He was president of the foundation. Jan? And maybe you'd like to say a few words. We're going to get a picture and then let's come on up here. Yeah, I'll say a couple.
Thank you so much, Jan. And I am the youngin on this organization. I've taken over as president maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and Bob Bell, who's here, has been president prior to that for I think at least a decade. It's about that, yeah. And the organization, as Jan had mentioned, is 25 years old. But the founders, they recognized that it took us at that point about 100 years, and I'm looking at it more like 150 years to screw up the river, and that it will take another 100 years to bring it back to where we'll be proud of it for generations to come. And so that's really the mission. And although we are quite proud of our work that we've made to date, where we've catalyzed the Legacy Trail, and to be clear, the town of Truckee was a huge, it wouldn't have happened without the town of Truckee. It wouldn't have happened without a lot of other stakeholders like the sanitary districts and many other organizations. But we are excited that for the next 25 years, our focus is going to be on working with the town and the community on, our focus right now is revitalizing the downtown river corridor with the town's recent effort to create a river revitalization steering committee. So that's one of the areas. And I think that even though we've been quite quiet over the last, say, 5 to 10 years, there's many projects that we've actually catalyzed along the river with grant funding. And you'll be hearing much more from us in the years to come. It's a big lift. So thanks for the recognition. We're really grateful. And I dragged Bob up here at the last minute. Do you have anything to add? We're good. Okay. And, I also want to say there's quite a few people, including Lisa Wallace, who is on the Watershed Council, that's involved in this effort. And we will be launching a new website to recognize all of that. So thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I have a stack because it's not quite an organization. It's a whole group of community volunteers. So all members of Truckee Public Arts Commission, come on up. It is your turn to be recognized. And as you're filing on up here, I'll get started. But so these are all going to be members of the Truckee Public Art Commission who are not part of a formal organization. They are just like all the rest of you, folks in our community who are volunteering their time to be a part of what's making Truckee so special. I've been so impressed with their work over the past year. Thought this would be a great way to recognize all of you. And in no particular order, I will introduce you all and just raise your hand really quick so everybody knows who you are. Patricia Egan, Molly Moore, Carol Sesko, Court Levy, Jennifer Stontiner, Troy Corliss, and Kelly Cutler. And you're all here. That is pretty amazing. Thank you. And also, I would be remiss if I also didn't recognize a couple of illustrious public works staff members, Becky Bukhar and Nola Mitchell as well, who are part of their support team. I remember back in 2018 and 2019, when I was first elected to this council, we had our first deliberations about how we were going to handle public art. And up until that time, it had been quite ad hoc and very opportunistic. But every time a new installation or new piece went up around town, it seemed like the town was buzzing with both positive and sometimes negative or just unsure feedback. In my opinion, this was really great. It was actually really a great thing for this community because anytime the community has a chance to engage in dialogue about what they like or don't like, it means people are actually noticing what we're all doing and forming opinions of the character of their town. After adoption of the Public Art Master Plan in 2019, we quickly followed that up with the formation of the Public Art Commission. When adopted, the Public Art Master Plan established a suite of really intense goals and next steps for formalizing our public art program, including development of a process, selecting opportunity sites, and then soliciting and actually selecting art. Since 2020, this group has been meeting regularly and has made some amazing progress. In addition to updating the master plan itself, they have an incredible document that has now identified sites for future art. They've helped create guidelines for the solicitation of that art and supported implementation of two recent installs, in case you all haven't seen them, The Path on Brockway Road and Weightless over at Donner Lake. Finally, the reason why I've chosen them and why I believe this work is so great is the character it creates for Truckee as a whole. Public art helps to create a sense of place. It helps to ground a place and really appeals to one's senses in a variety of ways. Sometimes it's simply visual, but it also provides memories and cognizant recognition of that place. Public art truly contributes to creating so many of our great places in the world, and we can now count Truckee as one of those places with the help of all these great individuals volunteering their valuable time and expertise to make Truckee a memorable, beautiful, and unique town. Thank you. Can you each get one? Molly, sorry, I haven't met Molly. There's two people I don't know. Molly, there you are. Carol, you get one. We're all gonna go over there. We're gonna take a picture. Kelly, Troy, the original founder, Troy Corliss. Patricia, you must be Patricia because we haven't formally met. Nice to meet you. Jennifer, our newest member. So, step on over here, take a quick picture. All of you, come on, don't be shy. Come on.
much. Well, wait for these guys to get down. So I'm Troy Corliss. I'm the current chair of the Public Art Commission. And the Public Art Commission of Truckee is really a culmination of a passionate grassroots effort dating back at least 25 years, as much as I can remember, potentially longer, of a number of individuals that have taken several different forms over the years before it became the Public Art Commission of Truckee. So it's really a group of passionate people that have gotten us to where we are now. And we really applaud the town for formalizing the Art Commission. But really, this is all of yours Art Commission. So this is a process for developing art and culture in Truckee. And we invite all of you to come out and participate with what we're doing and notice and pay attention to what we're doing. We meet monthly. So we're going to be continuing to put more artwork up in Truckee and hope to grow the program. Thanks.
All right, and we have one final one, which I'll invite up to the podium in a second after the handshakes are over. And then as a reminder, we are going to take a short break. We'll do about 10 minutes. We do have cookies and coffee. And then I would invite any of the gratitude recipients who are still here. We'll take a picture when we're all finished of everybody up in the front after the next one. So all of you guys don't go too far away. So with that, we will do the last one, which is mine. And I would invite Tahoe Ability Program to come on up to the podium. Awesome. Thank you all for being here. We're so excited to honor you. So I chose Tahoe Ability Program this evening, which is maybe somewhat of a newer organization in our community, but very, very important. And similar to Councilmember Henderson, I was thinking about community connectivity. And Tahoe Ability Program really tries to foster inclusion, advancement, as well as independence for people in our community who have developmental disabilities. So this is an incredible organization that brings people into our community, gets them more involved, while also teaching them and helping them learn vital everyday skills. And some of the programs, I follow them on Facebook, and some of the programs they do, I wish I could participate in every day. They have parties, they do cooking classes to learn recipes, but they also do some other really incredible things, like they brought program participants out onto our trail system and helped them learn how to navigate on tricycles to utilize our trails for transportation. So this fits with independence of program participants while also fitting in with some other goals of the town of increased mobility and getting people around without the use of a private vehicle. They also, program participants volunteer. They work with Sierra Community House. I saw they recently stuffed a bunch of emergency food bags. They've helped out at Thrifty Tales Boutique, the new Humane Society boutique, sorting clothing. And I saw they did a recent tour at the CHP office as well. So again, just an opportunity to see lots of different aspects of our community, get involved with different aspects as well, to maybe find somewhere where they would like to work a little with those community members and get more involved as well. And while it's all about inclusion for folks, I did want to highlight too, you do person-centered planning strategies, which also means they look at each person as an individual and truly understand what are their goals, what do they want to get out of this program, what would they like to learn. And so I think that's incredible too, that you work on a broad scale, but also really get individualized as well. So with that, I'd like to recognize a Tahoe Ability Program as another Gratitude Month recipient. Do you guys want to come up here and we'll take a picture?
Yeah, thanks, guys. This is like, we feel very honored and very grateful to be honored. We do serve a very unique population in our community, and so I feel like when we're recognized for doing that, it really means a lot to us. And we have a very small staff. I mean, you know, these are the people that do all the work. I mean, I do a little work, but for real, you know, this is my staff, and we really rely on also the community to support us. You know, we get out there, we do as much as we can. We try to expose our small population that we serve to everyone. And I think like when you guys are out there and you see us, like it means a lot to us and to the people that we serve. And you know, I hope if you see us out in the community, you say hello and whatnot. But thank you so much for your support and recognizing us, Lindsay and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, with that, we will take about a 10-minute break. And again, I will invite all of the gratitude recipients that we just honored, if you guys want to come back up from all 5 of us, and we'll try to get a picture of everybody. There's cookies and coffee in the back. Everyone's welcome to those, even if you weren't just honored, and it'll help you stay energized for the rest of the meeting. If everyone... All right, everyone, we are going to call it back to order. If everyone wants to grab a seat. Thank you all very much. I know we could socialize all night, but we have other things on our agenda this evening. So with that, we will move on to our next presentation. And we have Chief Renfro with us this evening to present on the weather preparation and National Weather Service outlook.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, good evening. Danny Renfro, your Truckee Police Chief. So I'm going to kind of pull an audible right now because our National Weather Service person has not logged on yet. So I'd like to bring up CHP Commander Chris Rarden. He's our new CHP commander, the Truckee office. He has been here for just about a year. And he's not new to Truckee. He's a resident here and has been so for the last 7 or so. So he's very well aware of the challenges that we face with winter weather and traffic congestion and all that good stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into mine, and hopefully we'll get the National Weather Service online here to give us an outlook of what to expect this winter. So the common theme here that I'm going to talk about tonight is basically awareness and having a plan. So if you are aware of the situation of what's going on in this winter, as far as winter conditions, you need to have a plan. So if you can go to www.ready.gov/winterweather, that's a good toolkit there to get prepared for this winter season. Also, be sure that we all sign up for Code RED. That is how we are going to message any type of emergency-based information to our community. So please sign up for Code RED. And also, just a reminder that we don't want to rely on one source of information, have multiple reliable sources, whether that's our local radio station, 101.5, Truckee Tahoe, 780 AM radio, or 1670 AM, which is the Truckee Cares, National Weather Service alerts, and Caltrans Quick Maps. So be weather aware. Do you have a plan when dealing with extreme weather? If a storm is coming, consider preparing, fueling your vehicle ahead of time before the storm. Be sure there's plenty of food in the house. Usually, we don't evacuate folks during a winter weather event. We have them shelter in place. So you need to have supplies to be prepared to shelter in place, sometimes for days on end. And be prepared to stay in your residence for extended times. Think about secondary heat sources. So if the power does go out for an extended time, think about secondary heat sources. And if you do use a generator, remember safe generator safety. Do not have those running indoors, even inside a garage. Keep those outdoors. Make sure your vehicle is well equipped and prepared. Good tires, chains, wiper blades, all that stuff. So in the event you do get stuck in a storm and the freeway closes and you get stuck in gridlock, that you do have some resources inside your car, like an emergency kit in case you get stuck. If the interstate is closed, have a plan that does not include just waiting it out in your vehicle. This is mainly for the traveling public. Think about, do you have enough fuel in your car? Does your car battery have enough charge if you're driving an EV? Consider going to or returning from Reno. 99% of the time, the freeway is open eastbound from Truckee, that you can get some more resources down in Reno. We've heard this before, but let's not rely on our mapping and our Waze app to get around chain control, to get around the summit being closed, because that's usually going to put you in an unsafe area that's not passable. And also, don't rely on the town or the county to open up shelters during a weather event. Most likely, if we have gridlock, we have folks that are stuck, that we're probably stuck as well. So coordinating a shelter is going to be challenging. So let's just be sure that we are prepared and have a plan. So we continue to work closely with our partners, with Truckee CHP and Caltrans, to alleviate our traffic issues. There's obviously, we have some hope that the reserved parking at the ski resorts is going to help us out with the onloading during morning commute traffic. That's going to reduce the amount of gridlock we're going to see. So we're anxiously awaiting to see how that looks. but we're also prepared to staff and assist CHP with the 89 Southwest River Street intersection for the folks that are going to Palisades. So tow trucks, if you are stuck on the road, tow trucks and roadside services will be delayed. I don't know if anybody has called for a tow truck in a snowstorm, but you're going to be waiting several hours. So just know that that's the reality. And if you are involved in any sort of non-injury traffic collision, try to get your vehicle off the roadway. It does not need, if it's a non-injury collision, let's clear that roadway, call the police, and we'll get there to take the report. And then obviously plan for traffic issues on weekends, holidays, and during weather events. So in order to alleviate gridlock due to chain control westbound 80 at the old bug, that's the typical scenario that clogs up our town, where we see folks that are jumping off the freeway to cut the traffic that's on the freeway, to use our surface streets to get on at Jack Shell there. We're really encouraging Caltrans to keep both of those on-ramps open at Jack Shell. So you see that there's a short on-ramp and a long on-ramp. If we can keep both of those on-ramps open during those chain check times, that's going to keep traffic flowing at a greater volume. And it's going to take it's going to take more personnel to staff that. So we're working with Caltrans to establish that. We're going to call it a pilot program. We have a new Caltrans superintendent that's going to be working the mountain this year, and he's open to trying different things. And so our communication is there, and we're working through anything that gets in our way there. So we'll obviously, like I said, continue to assist CHP during traffic on 89 South. And currently we're creating a public information officer group between all of our public agencies and private agencies to streamline real-time information. So our PIOs, our public information officers, are getting the latest and greatest information so we can make real-time decisions out on the road to reduce those situations that become unmanageable. So when we do, like if there's a mass exodus from the ski resorts, hopefully that information can be transferred through this group, and we can prepare for the outboarding of those vehicles. And then also, this is part of Supervisor Bullock's monthly CCC meeting. That group, that PIO group, will report back to the CCC meeting and talk about some wins, some challenges, and how to address communication moving forward. So with that, I think we've got our meteorologist. I'd like to turn it over to Dawn Johnson. She is the warning coordination meteorologist for the National Weather Service. So Dawn, I will turn it over to you. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thank you for having me. I'm hoping that my kids are quiet enough in the background. I have 3 elementary school age children, so they're all being rather rambunctious on the other side of the house. But thanks for having me. I am, as they mentioned, the warning coordination meteorologist out of Reno. If anybody has worked with Chris Malcolm in the past, he held the role previously. He is now promoted to being the head of the office, and I promoted up into his spot. We had one heck of a winter last year, and everybody wants to know, what is it going to do this year? Are we going to have to unbury ourselves yet again? So every year we go in and talk El Nino and La Nina, right? Last year we were in a weak La Nina trending towards neutral, and this year we are in already a moderately strong El Nino with a 30% chance we could be rivaling one of the strongest El Ninos on record. Granted, data really only goes back to about 1950s. We're not talking about a massive data set here. Now, I cannot bring up El Nino without thinking about Chris Farley's El Nino skits from the late 90s on SNL. So that always just brings me a little humor. But you can see here our Nino regions are trending warmer. We are, interestingly enough, seeing the warmest conditions in the central equatorial Pacific instead of off the coast of South America, where it's more common. So this actually formed earlier in the season and more intensely than what we have seen from previous El Ninos. Now, a lot of times we hear El Nino and everybody thinks, oh my gosh, we're going to have a massive winter. If anyone remembers the Godzilla El Nino of 1516, there was all these rumors about massive winter storms and flooding and all these concerns. But here's the reality. If we go ahead and circle our scatter plots here, this is showing how much precipitation, rain or snowmelt, a region has had during all of the El Ninos that we have on record. Now, you can see there's a huge variation between dry winters and wet winters when you look at all El Ninos as a whole. So, can we break it down a little bit more? Well, if you look at these plots, the precipitation is showing up on your left and your temperatures are on your right. Precipitation, wetter is in the green, drier is in the brown. Temperature, pretty obvious, just like your bathtub, hot and cold, blue and red. But the strong El Ninos are all showing up on the top row. The moderate are the next two rows, and the weak are on the bottom three. So let's just focus on our strong to begin with, because we're looking at a moderate to strong event going into this winter. Well, in the strong cases, we've tended to be a little bit wetter than normal, right? If we go down to moderate, though, you see that we've had anything from incredibly wet to incredibly dry. So there's a lot more uncertainty when we see that. And the reason for that is we actually see a much better response to our south during El Nino and to our north during La Nina. And unfortunately, we're kind of in no man's land here. There's not a good signal right where we're at. But we also have some great climate graphics that we can look at. This is from Brian Bretschneider, who's a climatologist out of Alaska. And he was breaking out percentage of average snowfall during moderate to strong El Nino events. And let's go in a little closer to home here, because really that graph is just a little too North American for us to narrow in on the details. But you see that we are looking at, generally speaking, near to above normal snowfall during El Nino years. Now, before anybody gets scared after what happened last winter, keep in mind we could have half of what we had last winter and still end up above normal. So don't get too scared just yet. We want to look at our climate models here. And these were just updated last week. This is looking at the core of winter, so the December, January, February timeframe. And anything that is leaning in those greens and blues is showing wetter than normal, and anything showing up in the reds and browns are drier than normal. Now, our models that were ran a month earlier had about 60% leaning wetter and about 40% near to below normal. What's fascinating is when these were reran just last week, they actually came in with 7 of the 8 leaning near to above normal for precipitation. So that's another signal for us. And if we want to take an ensemble approach, so we blend all of these together, once again, we're seeing that above normal precipitation showing up for December, January, February, with the trend going a little bit farther south as we go more into the January, February, March timeframe, which is very much an El Nino pattern. We tend to see more across Southern California. So what is the bottom line then with all of this? Well, anything's really on the table, but if I had to hedge my bet, I would lean near to above normal for precipitation. Now, again, remember, we can have half of last year and still end up above normal. So that also applies to our snowpack and our water supply. We know that we are going into this winter in a great spot. We eradicated the drought last year. We have almost no drought in California or Nevada. But if we have something happen like what we did in January of 22, where we didn't have a drop of water fall from the sky during one of our typically wettest months, things can very quickly change. Flooding is not as likely during El Nino years. We have not seen the massive river spikes. We tend to see bigger spikes actually during weak La Ninas. But you never know. We do know that our reservoirs are starting a lot fuller because of what we had during last winter and spring. The ground isn't quite as saturated as we saw in 16-17, at least for the initial, because we had that one atmospheric river in October that got things really going for us that year. But keep in mind, there is a decent amount of water in the ground as well, so we could see additional runoff from other systems. We can still see any number of wintertime events, from lake effect to cold spells to floods to winds during a drier than normal winter. So nothing is really off the table, even if we do dry out. And we know that large fires are not a big concern. Our larger fuels are still quite wet. What we are seeing, Carrie, though, are the smaller grass fires. So a lot of those grasses took off during the summer months, and those have dried out into the fall. So that's more what we're concerned with at this point. If you want to be prepared, you are able to read our forecast discussions. Those are done twice a day, every day, weather.gov/Reno. It's the one place that meteorologists, we are able to put our thoughts and our confidence levels and any kind of ensemble data or probabilistic data into. We can't do that in that point and click forecast that you would get online. If you are not already on our freakout briefing list and you want to be, send me a message. I am happy to get you on that list. One little caveat, you do need to be in some kind of a public safety role. I can't just have anyone off the street join. Social media, we're very active on both Facebook and Twitter /X/ whatever Elon wants to call it these days. We also have service called Interactive NWS if you are in the public safety role. And with that, you basically register with your location and what you're interested in knowing about as far as watches, warnings, and advisories. And I can hit send in the office, and within 2 seconds, you'd get a text message letting you know what just got issued. Our office is open 24/7, 365. You can always call us if you need weather support. And I support using mobile.weather.gov because we don't actually have an official app, but that's a great way to take us with you on the go. With that, are there any questions?
Chief Renfro, did you have anything else on this presentation?
Yeah,
or?
no, I just wanted to thank you, Dawn. I appreciate the insights and the forecast. That's pretty exciting. I do want to just turn it over real quick to Lieutenant Commander Rardin to see if he has anything to add as far as winter preparation and what's happening on the freeway.
No, I'll just add from the CHP side of things, this is kind of our Super Bowl. This is why we exist in Truckee. 4th of July is like our World Series. I feel like summer just never ends, but this is our Super Bowl. We're here to serve. Our guys are ready. About half of our station actually lives up here in Truckee, so we very much want to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. My wife works at the hospital. It affects me when it takes her an hour to get home because of ski traffic, so I feel your pain. We're working on it. The amount of meetings behind the scenes have been amazing, and I hope you guys see a lot of those plans come to fruition this winter. But thank you for your time and thank you for the introduction, Chief. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That's all we got.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind sticking around, Dawn and Lieutenant Rardin, we do have one more presentation real quick. Jen, if you wanted to do your town manager, and then we'll come back for questions, and then we'll open it up to public comment as well.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be super quick because I know we've been in presentations for a while. I just wanted to echo Siobhan's comments earlier this evening and thank everybody who participated in the Veterans Day event, and also thank you to Siobhan and the Wagon Train for providing lunch. I'd welcome anybody that's interested to join us in GIS Day tomorrow here at Town Hall. Our GIS team will be here and the county team 9 to noon. It'll be located in the conference room just down the hall from Chambers, and the first 5 attendees will receive a free annual ARC Pro GIS license for the year. So that allows you to sit at home and do all the data mining that you would like and make all the maps that you would like to understand what resources are available from our GIS sources. And then lastly, invite everybody to the annual tree lighting on Friday night downtown. 4:15 to 6-ish. It's a great event, and come get ready for the holidays and have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will bring it to council members' questions or comments. And I will just look on this side. If you have something, raise your hand. No questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. I will open it up to public comment. If anyone has any public comment on any of the presentations we just heard, you are welcome to come on up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we will close public comment. So I will say thank you to all of our presenters. We really appreciate all the insight for winter. Average sounds great, so we'll see what we get. So I'm going to read through them all. Item 6.1, minutes of the October 24th, 2023 regular meeting. Item 6.2, notice of completion, Church Street Extension and Trout Creek Restoration, Reach 4 and 5, C 1804. Item 6.3, grant deadline extension for reusable foodware grant. Item 6.4, authorize the settlement and payment release of damage claim. Item 6.5, adoption of side letters with the town's bargaining units and wage matrix for fiscal year 23-24. Item 6.6, contract with Tyler for Tyler payments. Item 6.7, approval of contract with Design Workshop for the River Revitalization Action Plan project. Item 6.8, water bottle filling stations grant guidelines. And 6.9, contract with benefit provider. Any member of council want to pull an item off consent? Seeing none. Staff, any items to pull off consent?
No, Mayor.
And I will offer it up to the public. Would any member of the public like to pull any consent items off the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will bring it back up here. Would someone like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion with a pause because I have no intention of pulling things off the agenda. But I would like to just highlight a couple of the amazing things that you just rattled off there. One being how excited I am to see the river revitalization work moving forward as quickly as it is, and with unanimous support of the committee. This is our Truckee 2040 plan in action, and boy, is it ever in action. I would also like to highlight the great work in developing the water bottle filling station grant program. I feel like this probably would have come to a discussion had we had time tonight, but in lieu of that, I'm just going to say thank you very much, staff and community members that have contributed to that in our goal of removing plastic from our environment. And then lastly, congratulations to Scott and Blake on the completion of the Church Street extension. This is a many year-long project with a lot of investment from many different agencies and programs and community members and funding sources and contractors and various contributors. And it is really an incredible accomplishment towards supporting our environment and our community connectivity. And it was really well done and a great success. So I just want to highlight those things. So thank you.
And I will second that motion.
All right, so that's a motion to approve the consent calendar and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate those comments, Councilmember Klövstad. With that, we will move into our first discussion item of the evening, and this is the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge appeal. I did want to briefly run through how this will work this evening. I think staff will also touch on this as well, but just so everyone here in the audience today understands, we will first go to our staff presentation. Then there will be an opportunity for the appellant presentation. They will have 15 minutes. After that, the applicants then have a presentation. They will also be allotted 15 minutes. And then after that, the appellant will be allowed a 5-minute rebuttal. Those are those time limits. After that, it will go into questions, public comment, and deliberation. So I will just make sure the applicants and the appellants are aware of the time you have allotted to you. So use it however you so choose. And then, as I mentioned, it'll come to questions after all of that from council first. Then we will open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment will be invited to do so. I will state, if you have a comment that has already been said, in trying to keep things brief when we can, you can always say, I agree with Dave. That's exactly what I was going to say, rather than taking up your whole 3 minutes if somebody's already said your comment. After the comments, then we will bring it back up here for deliberation. So with that, I would like to hand it off to staff, and we'll hand it off to our town attorney first, I think, with a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to speak for just a moment on what this hearing is and what this hearing is not. A number of people in the public have submitted public comments addressing various issues with regard to the project, some in favor, some opposed. And some of the things that commenters have mentioned are things that are not within the council's purview to even discuss. So it's not the council's role to decide whether this is a good project for Tahoe Donner, whether it's too expensive, whether it's too big, whether Tahoe Donner Association has followed its own internal procedures to bring this forward. It's not for the town to decide whether whether it's needed, whether it's a good idea. None of that. None of that is within the town's role. The town council's role, and what you'll be focusing on tonight, is to decide whether the project meets the town standards and whether the required amount of environmental review has been conducted of the project. So people can be in favor of the project, people can be opposed to the project, but I just want everyone to understand that there are certain aspects of things that people might oppose or might like about the project that the council is not going to be talking about or thinking about because it's simply not their role. It's the role of the Tahoe Donner Association Board to decide those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Steph.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. We're here today to talk about the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge Replacement Appeal, and our mayor already went through the format of the meeting. I did want to note that the staff presentation will be in sort of two parts or two focus areas. We'll be talking about the project itself, and then we'll also be talking a little bit about the appeal, the specifics of the appeal. So just as a reminder to our council, this project, our appeal process at the town is a de novo review. So that means that you'll be reviewing this project as if it is for the first time. So you won't be taking into consideration Planning Commission's previous action on the project. As part of this review, the council may affirm or infirm in part the decision of Planning Commission, reverse the action of the Planning Commission, deny the permit or entitlement, or impose additional conditions on the project. The appellant may not present new evidence or testimony at this hearing unless the appellant can demonstrate that new information was not previously available or they could not have been able to participate since they did not know about the review process. So we're going to go into what the actual project is that Tahoe Donner Association is proposing to the town today. The project is located in the Tahoe Donner subdivision. It's at the intersection of Snow Peak Way and Slalom Way. It's at the base of this downhill ski hill, and it's surrounded by the condominiums up on the top of Tahoe Donner. It is in the general plan designation of Tahoe Donner Plan Area, zoned recreation, and the property site where the building is 2.6 acres, and there are some there's some parking lots that are not contiguous with the actual building site. So to give you a little background on the history of the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge, the ski hill and lodge were constructed in the 70s under Nevada County, so prior to town incorporation. There were a number of use permit amendments that were completed since then, including the 1986 use permit amendment for an expansion and addition of a refreshment bar. In 1998, there was a conditional use permit for a new summer day camp during the summer months. In 2011, there was a parking expansion use permit for those out parking lots that are not contiguous to the building site. There was a use permit amendment to amend the underlying use permit to allow snowmaking to occur at the site when there was previously no snowmaking for the downhill ski lodge or ski hill. And in 2018, there was approval of a ski lift relocation for the ski hill. The existing conditions or the existing operations for Tahoe Donner, as they've been discussed by the applicant and as identified by staff and within the environmental review as the baseline, there are two components to the existing operations. The primary operation is during the winter from November to April, and the ski hill operates daily from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And that has typical things that a ski hill would have, including services such as equipment rental, retail sales, ski school, ticket sales, and food and beverage, the typical things you see at a downhill ski area. There's also community ski related events that are during the hours of 8 to 5 during the ski hill operations. There are 2 annual community ski related events that happen outside of the operating hours. So after 5 p.m., there's the New Year's Eve celebration, and then a President's Day holiday weekend celebration. No other private or community events are prohibited, except for approximately three event dinners and ceremonies for ski-related clubs that they hold that are wholly within the lodge. There's no outdoor component, and all of these events end by 10 p.m. And then, of course, there's ski operations, including chairlifts, conveyor lifts, snowmaking that support the ski hill use. And then there's administrative offices that are during the winter months that help the operations of Tahoe Donner. During the summer, as discussed previously, there was a use permit that was approved that allowed for day camps for children from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And there's also administrative offices at the site throughout summer, and then maintenance of the ski hill buildings and ski lifts that occur during the summer. So that's the baseline conditions of the ski hill and lodge. So today, the applicants are proposing a demolition of the existing two-story, 16,000 square foot lodge. They're proposing to build a three-story, 25,000 square foot lodge, so approximately an 8,700 square foot difference. They're not proposing any changes to the parking, ski hill, or ski lifts, and they're also proposing some temporary operations to help them continue to operate the ski hill during the 2 construction seasons. Just to dive a little bit deeper into what's actually being proposed, the first level, they're proposing staff support and prep kitchen. On the second level, there's rentals and guest services, as well as ski school training and offices. And then on the third floor, there's dining and kitchen, and that's where the deck goes out to the ski hill. Here are some renderings of the project as proposed by the applicants. You can also see that there's a wall sign that's being proposed on the street side of the building. Here's some other elevations. This is the top elevation is the view from the lifts, and then the bottom one is the southeast elevation or perspective. So today, the applicants are requesting a development permit for ground disturbance over 26,000 square feet, as well as for a new non-residential building greater than 7,500 square feet. They're not requesting any changes to the ski hill operations or the operations of the lodge. A minor use permit for disturbance of land within 200 feet of a wetland, and a sign plan for one wall sign, which we saw in the previous rendering. Tonight, council's role, as Andy discussed, is to ensure consistency with the development code standards, ensure consistency with the 2025 general plan, since this was an application that was submitted when the 2025 general plan was in effect. That's the general plan we're reviewing the project under currently. And then council is to review the site layout and design of the project to ensure consistency with the design guidelines and town requirements, and then ensure no impact to the wetland. So overall, staff has found that all of the development standards, that the project is consistent with all of the development standards, except for a few minor items, which will be discussed right now. If you want to go in more details about what standards they're consistent with, we can definitely talk about that. But I did want to pare it down a little bit. One minor item for the design is that there is proposed synthetic material for the siding because of the site location and the climate. There isn't a desire to use wood where there's more maintenance. So the applicants are proposing a poly ash material, which is synthetic. Our development code requires, our design guidelines require that synthetic materials shouldn't look like real materials. They should be true to themselves and not necessarily mimic the natural material. So we're incorporating condition of approval number 43, which doesn't allow for faux wood grain, which the applicants have looked at and the architects for the applicant team have supported. Additionally, there is a requirement for bike parking for all non-residential projects. For a project of this scope with 321 parking spaces, 48 bicycle parking spaces are required. However, a review authority can determine that a different amount is necessary if it could adequately serve the use. Because of the use of it being at the top of Tawadana, where there's a lot of snow and it's focused on the winter uses, Tawadana originally requested to provide 3 bicycle parking spaces during the winter, because the primary use is during the winter months, and then during the summer camp use, the summer camp is primarily used for children 3 to 8. So not a lot of leaving your bike there. Maybe your parents will take you there, but they'll take their bike with them. And then, so as part of Planning Commission's review, Planning Commission actually decided they don't need 3 permanent bicycle parking spaces during the winter. 6 bicycle spaces during summer would be sufficient. They could be removed during the winter to support wintertime operations and snow removal. So staff, as part of the resolution that's before you today, took that recommendation from Planning Commission and put that in the resolution. But that's something definitely that council can discuss if more parking spaces, bicycle parking spaces are desired. And then for housing, there is all non-residential projects within the town are required to provide housing for a portion of its workforce, at least for larger projects. And that's based off of usage. So usage and square footage of the building. we have employee generations numbers for commercial projects like retail and service. We don't really have one for recreation uses. However, because this is an outward-facing building, staff thought maybe a commercial use employee generation number could be appropriate. So we use that number that's in our development code for commercial uses, which is one full-time equivalent employee per 500 square feet. That is definitely something within council's review to review if you don't believe that a commercial use is comparable to a recreational use in this instance. So the full-time equivalent employee equivalent calculation was only applied to the increase in size of the building. So there's an 8,700 square foot increase in size to the building. And based off of that, we determined that the increase in the project would require would generate 17 employees. And based off of our town's workforce housing ordinance, that would require 0.6 workforce housing units. So as part of the resolution in front of you, the condition of approval number 35 requires 61% of an in lieu fee to cover that new expansion area, or an alternative equivalent proposal that the applicants have submitted to deed restrict an existing market rate home to an employee of the ski hill. If if they couldn't find an employee of a ski hill who wanted to move into this house, they would then provide it to an employee of Tahoe Donner Association as a whole, and if not, to a low-income household for our affordable housing requirements. All of this market rate home would not be, this deed restricted home would not allow for short-term rentals. It would require a primary residence of the resident of the building, and it'd require a 6-month initial lease and monitoring by the town. Additionally, as you know, there's a minor use permit that's required for this project because of this wetland swale. Wetland swale is located east of the project site. It's off of the property for the most part. The new building is actually slightly closer to the wetland swale, but no disturbance is proposed. And the project is located outside of the Alder Creek floodplain and setback. And all of our biological studies and review, Lahontan's review, didn't identify any disturbance of the wetland as part of this project. In terms of environmental review, staff prepared an initial study mitigated negative declaration. First, we found that the project is consistent with the densities established by the existing zoning and 2025 general plan. So it is in the Tahoe Donner plan area. It is a recreation use. Only project-specific mitigation is required to bring impacts down to less than significant. And those were only within the air quality, biological resources, and hydrology and water quality. Those were the only areas that we identified potential mitigation that's necessary. We identified these mitigation measures. We incorporated them within the MND and then within the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which will be used if the project gets approved and once it's under construction and in operation. And then, as noted before, the existing building is considered the baseline condition. So that's important for environmental review. We don't necessarily take it down to a vacant site to determine what the impact is to the environment. We say, this is the existing site, this is the impact to the environment, and then we go from there to see if there's any additional additional impact to the environment beyond that baseline. And then we've also provided responses to comments provided to in the final document, which is based on comments received prior to the MND being reviewed by the Planning Commission in September. So just to dive a little bit deeper into the mitigation measures, there's 3 mitigation measures that are related to air quality. There's a dust control plan, which is pretty, and criteria air pollutants. Those are 2 very regular mitigation measures we see at the town. It's just to reduce potential dust from construction and then reduce potential air pollution from construction. And then asbestos, this is just a mitigation measure to mitigate any potential for naturally occurring asbestos. We don't know that there would be any, but that's what it's there for. Additionally, as with many of our projects within Truckee, the applicants did a biological resource survey already of the site, didn't find anything that would have any potential, any other special species plants or animals that were found on the site. But just in case, before construction, the applicants are required to do a survey of the site to make sure that there aren't any once they start disturbance. And then finally, there is a dewatering plan requirement, and this is pretty typical of the town of Truckee since we do have a high groundwater within our city limits. The mitigation requires management of discharge of pumped shallow groundwater that may cause erosion or transport of sedimentation that could adversely affect receiving waters. And that's a plan that's reviewed by Lahontan and our engineering division to ensure that there's very little sediment, there's no sedimentation that enters any waterways. And some examples of BMPs that would be placed within this dewatering plan would be collection and storage of the water that's pulled out of the ground into baker tanks on site, implementation of an irrigation system, which may include a pump, small diameter pumps and hoses or pipes, and a manifold that spreads the water out to sprinkler heads, which would then disperse the water that's pulled from the ground to a different location to allow for recharging of the groundwater. And then additionally, filter bags and gravel bags to prevent any potential erosion, and then choir logs, which are, I just found out today that they're the filter rolls that the fiber rolls that we see at construction sites. So as you know, as provided in the memo that's in front of you on the dais and provided on the website and at the counter at the entrance of the building, staff is proposing refined language to the dewatering plan mitigation measure. To just clarify, it's not changing the actual intent of the mitigation measure, just clarifying the requirements of the dewatering plan. So we're clarifying that the dewatering plan should be created by a California registered engineer. That's just the true, I guess, title of the engineer than what was used previously. We're requiring gravity flow techniques and or pumping techniques, as well as best management practices for the management of any discharge water. And then we're clarifying that the result of the dewatering shall be that there is no overland flow that causes sedimentation or other discharge into a waterway. So just clarifying language, that's the intent of the dewatering plan from the get-go, but we just wanted to put that language in the mitigation measure for clarity. And just to be clear that the mitigation measure can be modified by the council or substituted as long as the following findings can be made: that there must be a public hearing regarding the change, which is what we're doing today. The new mitigation measure must be adopted as a condition of approval or otherwise made part of the project approval. If approved by the council today, it would be incorporated within the conditions of approval. Condition number 29 within the resolution would be amended, and the MMRP would be also amended. And then the town must make a written finding that the change mitigation measure is equivalent or more effective in mitigating environmental impacts, and that the change substitution does not itself cause any potential significant effect. As noted, this is a clarifying item within the mitigation measure, so staff does not believe that there is any change to the environmental impacts proposed by the project. We received a number of public comments for this project, just for this particular hearing. This doesn't include the Planning Commission hearings before you. We did have 19 opposed and 27 in support. If you care about the numbers, there's some size, cost concerns, wildlife, creek impact concerns, drainage concerns, groundwater concerns, just general concerns about the use permit, and then whether or not the Tawadana membership actually supports this project. And then in support of the project, there are folks out there that thought the project was well researched. The building needs to be updated. The current building is considered too small by some. They need to upgrade the accessibility in terms of building code. They see it as a community amenity, and they believe that this delay is adding cost to the project. We also received two outliers of comments. One was neither of them provided any clear opposition or support, but identified some concerns. One concern was concerned about construction, parking, and noise. And then one was concerned about the natural gas use, parking, and housing proposed by the project. As noted previously, although the Planning Commission review is not necessarily weighing on your decision, just for your education, the Planning Commission reviewed this project in September, at the end of September, and they adopted an initial study mitigated negative declaration and approved the development permit, minor use permit, and sign plan. And they did make a minor amendment as discussed with the bicycle parking. And then we did receive an appeal request from the appellants. It was filed in a timely manner in early October, and that was Tawadana Change Group, represented by Cheryl Cross, who's here today, as well as Jeff Shaletto, and they'll provide a presentation shortly. The appellant stated within their application that they believe that the MND and proposed mitigation are inadequate, and provided letters from Rachel Mansfield Howlett, an attorney, and Greg Kamen, who's a hydrogeologist. And the appeal identified a number of concerns. I kind of put them in two categories: water quality. There was concern about the groundwater and dewatering plan, permanent infiltration facilities, and then the foundation drainage. And process, they thought that there was some deferred mitigation, primarily in the dewatering plan mitigation measure, that future study and post-project approvals were being considered, although staff has presented in the staff report information that contradicts that allegation. There's also concern about the lack of a conditional use permit, whether or not a mitigation monitoring and reporting program was appropriate, and then just questions about what best management practices were. So there's a lot of details in the comments provided. I'm not going to go into detail on each of them or them at this time. We can bring up the staff report if you do want to talk about them in more detail, but at this time we'll rely on the appellant's presentation. So tonight's staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 2023-62, adopting the initial study MND, along with the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, with the amendments to the MMRP for mitigation measure HYD 1, Hydrology 1, and then uphold the decision of the Planning Commission in approving the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge, deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge, and approve the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge replacement development permit, minor use permit, and sign plan based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval, with amendment to condition the number 29 related to hydrology, mitigation measure hydrology 1. There are alternatives for council to discuss tonight as well. You may consider overturning the decision of the Planning Commission, thereby granting the appeal, approve the development permit, use permit, or sign plan with new or modified conditions, deny the development permit, use permit, or sign plan on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made, or you can continue the public hearing to a date and time certain, or refer the matter back to the Planning Commission if new or different information is presented. And with that, if you have any questions, or we can wait till both the appellant and the applicant present.
Thank you very much, Yumi. We will wait and get through the presentations. So now we have the appellant presentation, 15 minutes. So Kelly, you will have the timer running. And make sure the light is green on your microphone.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Cross, and I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to provide the basis for our appeal regarding the Tahoe Donner Ski Lodge permit. We believe that a smaller ADA-compliant facility is an environmentally superior alternative that would meet Tahoe Donner membership needs without creating undue traffic, noise, and disturbance of this quiet residential neighborhood adjacent to Alder Creek, a major tributary to the Truckee River watershed. Second slide. We are a group of, we're a group of 1,100 plus Tahoe Donner homeowners who have been following the ski lodge project rebuild and have serious concerns regarding the project, which are, we believe that the lack of a cup and an MMD that is inadequate need to be addressed before the permit is granted. Next slide. Okay. From the inception, Tahoe Donner Association wanted to address both a downhill ski lodge upgrade and create four-season uses for the facility, including an event center, partially to replace the event tent at the golf course that was closed due to community complaints. The community around the ski lodge and Tahoe Donner and residents in general do not want a four-season usage of the facility and want enforceable assurances from the town for any planned future usage and changes to the usage. We believe that this will require a cup from the town council. Next slide. The most important point on this slide, besides further evidence of the four-season plan, is the point regarding the optimum size for this plan, 26,000 square feet. The downhill ski lodge proposed expansion is 24,500 square feet. The complete presentation, which we've provided to the council, notes that among the revenue-generating operations are live music events along with weddings and corporate retreats. This will cause additional noise, traffic, and parking issue and require additional employees. None of these impacts nor the cumulative impacts of building a lodge of this size have been disclosed or addressed. The planning commissioners approved this project without a cup and allowed it to sneak under the 2025 town general plan provisions instead of an adopted 2040 plan. Why? A cup would have given more enforcement capability to operations of the project and ensure that they comply with the town's general planning and zoning. Next slide. This is a slide from the permit submission for the planned third floor of the ski lodge, which is a 10,100 square foot dining/restaurant floor with a full-size kitchen and dining room for an estimated 300 to 500 people. The oversized facility is further evidence of the potential cumulative impacts of an expanding use, including events and other commercial operations. Next slide. Here's a quote from a homeowner on Snow Peak Way. To date, even the existing ski hill facility brings noise, traffic, and parking issues to this residential area. Cumulative impacts on the neighborhood due to the expansion project, along with the potential of increased traffic year-round, along with parking issues, noise, and light pollutions, should be disclosed. Using a building permit instead of a cup indicates a backdoor approach to the town's rules and general plan. Next slide. Environmental impacts from dewatering the site along with operational issues have not been disclosed. Tahoe Donner Change hired a California certified hydrogeologist who reviewed the NV5 site geotechnical reports and the Auerbach proposed dewatering and foundational drainage plan. His opinion letters have been sent into the Planning Commission previously. The Center for Biological Diversity sent in their comments in support of the hydrogeologist's report and stated their concerns regarding potential discharge into Alder Creek. So far, Tahoe Donner has refused to provide accurate volumes and water quality for the water that will be discharged from the excavation site. This is the next slide. These videos were taken, and if you would start the videos on those, I would appreciate it. Yes. These videos were taken May 27th of 2023. Tahoe Donner plans to start demolition and excavation May 1st of 2024. Snow exists well past the May 1st start date for excavation. There's ample evidence of soil saturation at the excavation site and at the proposed discharge site. The current plan to spray effluent water uphill of the Alder Creek drainage risks runoff reaching Alder Creek waterway, which is located 500 feet away from the planned spray site. Accurate water quality measurements are needed for safety concerns to ensure that any possible accidental overflow into Alder Creek would not be harmful to this watershed. Next slide. Despite the outreach program that was developed and executed by Tahoe Donner, roughly half of the membership supports a smaller replacement lodge, which is ADA compliant. There have been significant efforts by many homeowners to communicate this concern to the board, including a petition to allow a binding vote on the project, which was denied. Last slide. We all love the Truckee area and Tahoe Donner, and we appreciate the community we have. We want to maintain our community feeling and continue to enjoy our best asset, the outdoor opportunities that living here provides. For a lot of Tahoe Donner homeowners, this is about how much commercial-sized development we want to have in our community. Tahoe Donner is 95% built out, and any increases in the ski lodge size that are meant to encourage additional public attendance within our HOA is not a desirable addition to our residential neighborhood. We want to maintain a community that is diverse and vibrant and supports a wide variety of homeowners. We hope that you will consider our request to modify the permit to include either a full EIR or modified MND for the project and ensure enforcement for usage by requiring a cup. Thank you very much.
Watching my time. Jeff Shelato, my wife and I purchased our Tahoe Donner home in 2013. My connection to the community dates back to 1973 when my family bought a lot and built a prefab cabin Northwoods. Since then, I've had a 50-year connection with the community, and it includes work with and for regional environmental organizations. Most recently, I've been on the board of the nonprofit called Sierra Watch, you may be familiar with. In my presentation, and I want to discuss a little bit about the legal failings of the Planning Commission's approval of the project, which creates the potential for litigation over the project's approval by the town. But I also want to talk about potential resolution or settlement in this hearing on those issues. I'll just state quickly that the project's approval by the Planning Commission on the 27th, in a nutshell, opens the project and the town to seek litigation. It risks harming the natural environment unnecessarily, plus creates an opportunity for incremental change to the usage to get what the developer started out wanting. So at this point, if my wife would help hand out a settlement proposal that has 3 bullet points. We provided that to the town staff 2 weeks ago, and we provided it also to Tahoe Donner, the developer, probably 3 weeks ago. First, we're asking basically for 3 permit amendments to be adopted tonight as part of your de novo hearing. Number 1, we're going to skip ahead to condition number 2, so it's shown as Exhibit B. We're asking the implementation of the dewatering plan mitigation not cause or result in accidental discharge or release of what they call excavation effluent into the receiving waters off-site, including but particularly Alder Creek. The standard should be 0 discharge. Right now, the MND just says minimize the risk. And that was but the engineer that discussed this before said the intent is to have 0 discharge. But secondly, to ensure some transparency, the dewatering plan, which the town has to approve at some point, should be made available for public review and comment before the town approves it. We're not asking for a public hearing, but we don't want to preclude one. We're not asking, what we're really asking for is that it not be reviewed and approved in secret. We don't think that's the Truckee way. If everything works out as the developer's consultant says, meeting these conditions should be no problem. Our second change, and probably the most important one, deals with that we think the developer should apply for and obtain a conditional use permit by the time the lodge is completed, that is the construction, and is ready to open for business. Usage should be limited to exactly what Tahoe Donner says it is now and will continue. Changes in the future use will not be precluded, provided they apply for those through the normal process. Another alternative to this would be you could adopt tonight the hours of operation that Tahoe Donner says they're going to continue for both summer and winter. If you look at the last page, I think that's Exhibit C, those are laid out. They did this for the what they call the Alder Creek Adventure Center, the Tahoe Donner Nordic Center. That approval in 2014 laid out hours and prescribed how late they could do live music events and so on. So you could basically codify what Tahoe Donner stipulates they're going to do with this much larger facility, and that would be sort of in lieu of a conditional use permit. Nowhere in the approval document that the Planning Commission approved are these hours of operation specified. That is at odds with what was done for the Alder Creek project 10 years ago. That's about it. The last one was the hours of operation for construction that are allowed in this project. This deals with when construction work can happen. There's from 7 in the morning till 9 p.m. at night, 6 days a week, including there's supposed to be 400 truckloads of debris and excavated earth that will be hauled through residential streets. We're recommending you consider and adopt conforming the hours, the same standards that the town required for the construction of the Alder Creek Lodge 10 years ago. So adopting these changes will alleviate community concerns about this project during and post-construction. Nowhere in the Planning Commission approval are the conditions where the lodge hours of operation and allowable uses were spelled out. They're not in there. So this project, again, deviates from what was done for the permit for the last major capital project Tahoe Donner built, which was this Nordic Ski Center, which had a use permit. Unlike this one, there is no use permit that the public can ask for. We asked for it. The official position of the town is it's been lost because of when the town incorporated, the original use permit was issued by Nevada County, and it was lost after incorporation. So we look forward to your comments, questions pertaining to our concerns, especially with respect to the compromise I've laid out with these 3 parts. But I think the dewatering standard about no discharge to Alder Creek is most important, and that you codify in some form exactly what the applicant, the developer, says they're going to do with it, so it's spelled out, and then it's clear what the baseline usage is. And that's pretty much it. But I still have a minute and a half left. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. With that, we will move on to the applicant presentation, and the applicants also have 15 minutes.
Mayor, if I can just interrupt quickly, if the applicant has any materials to distribute to council, if you could please give them to Kelly, our clerk over here, and we'll distribute them for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Romack, Town Council members, John Mitchell, Capital Projects and Facilities Director for Tahoe Donner. Because the Planning Commission is reopening this entire project, we're going to go back a little bit and discuss more than just the appellant claims. We'll be going over the background, member outreach, some design objectives, and then discuss the appeal issues that the appellant just brought in front of you. I do believe you've seen most of these slides on the project background. I'm going to move pretty fast. We can come back and answer any questions if needed. This project of the replacement of the ski lodge at Tahoe Donner is needed because the building's 50 years old. For the last 50 years, we've been remodeling, expanding, and trying to make a building that was not originally designed as a ski lodge. It was designed as a real estate office to work for us. There's not enough bathrooms, hallways are too small for ski boots, and the patchwork of all those remodels has made a Frankenstein building that's operationally inefficient for us at this time. We need to right-size the lodge to better meet the existing resort usage. We've been discussing the need for a new building, what we need, and what we can provide for the membership with this project for the last 15 years. More recently, over the last 4 years, we've reached out to consultants to help us with a master plan of the entire ski resort, a detailed needs analysis for the building itself, and contracted with outreach professionals to gather member feedback on the challenges and opportunities for the building. Now I'm going to introduce Lindsay Hogan, our TDA Director of Communications, to go into a little bit more detail on the member feedback and engagement.
Thank you. As John said, in 2020, we contracted with Pros Consulting, an outreach group that really helped us kick off understanding what the members liked and disliked about the current building and what they wanted to see in the new project. In 2020, we invited the membership to participate in member focus groups. 14 were conducted, and we asked all sorts of questions. The findings from that informed a survey that we implemented at the end of 2020. where we had 2,643 members tell us what they thought about these different things. From that, those responses helped us understand what we should study to see what was realistic, doable, things like that. Fast forward a year, we've done an extensive amount of communication, built a massive web hub that included frequently asked questions, timeline document, feedback forms. We've invited the community into the space to do tours, talk with the designers, have direct access with staff about the project. 2022, we implemented a downhill ski lodge questionnaire that was sent in email, phone, and mail. We had 3,053 responses. The question that was asked was, shall the board proceed with a 27,990 square foot building with a $21.3 million plus 10% contingency? The response from that was a divided membership that allowed the board to pause and go back into design to look at what options we could. John will go back into a little bit more detail about that, but a brief overview of some of the extensive effort to understand membership desires and understand what this project should look like. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. So based on that member feedback that we received and our operational knowledge, the following design objectives were developed. First and foremost, build to the current ski area capacity. We are not looking to increase use, but to provide the membership and users a better experience. We want easy, direct access to our lifts. We do not want our mainly beginner base to have to climb up the hill to the lifts. We want a dedicated space for our ski school. This is the best place to begin. We want our children inside. They're currently in an unconditioned yurt space on the mountain. We want this building fully ADA and code compliant. None of that exists in the current facility. We want to improve safety for staff. We need additional restrooms, and we also want to provide some additional square foot to correct our deficiencies. The evolution of how to do this has gone on over the last 4 years. We started with a needs analysis that indicated we needed a 35,000 square foot building. That was done by a local architect in town, Ward Young Architects. We rejected that proposal immediately. We then hired BSA Architects, who's here tonight. They utilized design techniques and efficiencies and came up with a schematic design of 27,000 square feet. We then released the questionnaire to the membership. Because as Lindsay said, it was a truly divided community, we stepped back. We had BSA give us 5 design scenarios, and we looked at a range from 15,000 square foot building to a 28,000 square foot building. After we deliberated on that, we decided to downsize by approximately 3,500 square feet and go to a 24,490 square foot building, which is what we submitted to the town in this application. Since that time, over the last year and a half, I have engineered this down more with my team to just under 24,000 square feet. The distribution of this additional square feet is approximately 8,800 square feet. A good portion of this, approximately 5,000 square feet, is ADA requirements and bringing that ski school inside. That allows us 3,000 square feet to right size the deficiencies where feasible. Just a reminder, we originally thought that this was going to take 10,000 more additional square feet to make that happen. Now on to the TDA responses to the appellant and public comment. We are mindful of these claims. We've seen all of the public comments, and in the next slides, we're going to cover that. First, this is not proposed or designed as an event center. Planning Commission approval is limited to the demolition of the existing ski lodge and in construction of a replacement ski lodge to facilitate existing uses. The only reason we ever looked at a large event center is because, as Lindsay suggested, we went to the community to ask them what they wanted, and that is what the community came back to us with. We looked into it and immediately realized that the current use permit and recreation zoning does not support it. We do not have membership agreement on it, and the ski lodge is our #1 priority and has been designed only for winter use. No expanded uses or events are proposed or authorized by this project. Accepted uses are clearly identified in the staff report. Staff has done a great job highlighting that in the staff report, and we are not proposing to change any of our current uses. This is the top floor, which is the general purpose guest space. The square footage is broken out. I think we're off on slides. There you go. The square footage is broken out. This just shows how broken up and individualized that top floor guest user space is, which is the cafeteria and dining space. The upper area is our kids space. Middle area is dining room 1, lower area dining room 2, and then the bar area dining room 3. This really doesn't give us an open event space. It's very small. It's only a total of 205 guest seats, nowhere near the 300 to 500 that the appellant claims. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of questions regarding groundwater. This slide shows on the left our existing area footprint of 9,300 square feet. On the right, we have our proposed area footprint of approximately 4,400 square feet. These are the footprints at the lower groundwater level in comparison. Although our proposed building is 5 feet deeper, it's about half the size with about half of the foundation drains. That existing building has existing foundation drains and is about twice the size of our proposed. Again, when we're concerned at lower elevations with the groundwater levels. We believe that the discharge will be substantially similar for the existing conditions and our proposed project during the seasonally high groundwater table events. All of the groundwater concerns from the appellant are speculative, don't amount to any substantial evidence. The dewatering plan, MMHD1, that staff change tonight accommodates appellant's negotiation number 2. We also have experts providing that plan with the engineer, and it needs to be approved by experts, which are the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Board and the town. Our infiltration and stormwater system will filter sediment as designed when saturated. It's an appropriate distance from the building, and it meets all town engineering division design codes. It's a gravity-fed system. It will work under seasonally high groundwater saturated conditions and filter sediment as designed. We also want to note that the current site conditions have no stormwater treatment project requirements, and this project will improve water quality drastically. Our designer, who is here tonight with NV5 and Wally Auerbach, has designed it to meet all requirements for stormwater quality treatment, which the existing building has none of. The foundation drainage I referred to as in the previous slide. We can move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. For parking and the bike parking, the new building is not designed to increase usage. It's designed to the right size. A parking study conducted through the town of Truckee by LLC Transportation concluded that the new lodge will not increase parking demand by the current capacity. There is no increased traffic by this project. We are simply right-sizing this project for the existing use. We agree with the Planning Commission for the summer bike parking. Next slide, please. We have a commitment at Tahoe Donner to for employee housing. We have a master plan currently in the works for employee housing at Tahoe Donner. We have earmarked $4+ million towards workforce housing over the next 5 years in our capital improvements plan. We currently subsidize employee rent at 40%, spending approximately $200,000 annually and accommodating 80 total beds. Staff has covered the project needs for employee housing. Next slide, please. We will be adopting TDA work hours, which are more restrictive than the town of Truckee. It's Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., weekends and holidays, 8 to 7 p.m. I would now turn this over to John Ashworth with Bull Stockwell Allen to just touch on the last minute for our sustainable design.
Madam Mayor, council members, pleasure to be here. My name is John Ashworth. I'm principal at Bull Stockwell Allen Architects. We're a firm that specializes in mountain resort design, and we've designed more mountain lodges than any other firm on the planet. We're doing them in Stowe, Vermont, in Colorado, Copper Mountain, for Aspen Snowmass. It's really what we do, and what that means is we spend our time really designing these buildings to meet best practices. They're sized in order to meet the needs of a skier, and no more than that. They're designed to meet the bathroom requirements and to, if you look at Tahoe Donner today, to solve some of the real problems with crowding, lines, and some of the inefficiencies that are really there. So that's really the way we look at the project, and we've worked really hard to make sure that we're absolutely right-sizing this project and no more. It really needs that. And as part of that, what we've really tried to do is maintain an environmental approach to this building. We've put together a series of slides that document a number of things we're doing, which is, for example, all electric heating and air conditioning using a heat pump system. We've built the building into the ground. We have low-slung roofs in order to kind of maintain thermal mass and energy.
Thank you very much.
And I will leave it with that.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to the appellant has 5 minutes to make a rebuttal.
Well, one of the things, again, Jeff Shellito, homeowner from Tahoe Donner. We originally approached the town and the applicant here with our 3-point settlement offer, whereby we would, if we could get agreement and get it adopted tonight, or before you vote one way or another, we would drop our appeal, which would mean right now, if we filed this appeal to preserve our standing, and we're exhausting our administrative remedies, which we'd have to do to pursue it to the next level, which would mean seeking judicial review. We've made the offer to both the town and to Tahoe Donner that we would have dropped our appeal before tonight if we could get agreement on implementing the 3 things I outlined, and we would then forfeit our standing to pursue a legal remedy. And then there would be no threat, at least from our group, that we'd pursue a litigation remedy. It would not delay the project. It would not create more uncertainty. But I'm still offering that we would drop our appeal. And tonight, if we can get what I outlined or something close to it, I heard Mr. Mitchell basically offer something along the lines with changing the hours back to something less than what's in the permit now. That sounds great. Maybe that's the first one off the list we could drop tonight. But I think the 2 other ones that remain unresolved are this dewatering issue and the lack of any kind of conditional use permit. And on the dewatering issue, one of the things when I got one of these homeowner tours to show what's wrong with the current lodge, I was shown this massive sump pump on the first floor that apparently deals with when there's intrusion of groundwater, when it's, when the ground is saturated, like at the end of the ski season when it's all running off. I'm familiar with that because back in the 80s, I owned a craftsman bungalow in downtown Sacramento, and it was one of those where you went up stairs to get to the first floor, but the basement had a sump pump because the groundwater was so intrusive. So I know what that is, and it was a very large sump pump. So I don't know where that water gets pumped to now, but I'm just saying we wanted to avoid this hearing tonight, but we couldn't get agreement, and we never really got to discussing it. I'm just trying to see what else here. It just strikes a lot of the people in this community that a 9,000 increase in the size, it has something more in mind than just operating it for 8 hours a day for 4 months in the ski season. I think adopting a conditional use permit tonight, or the equivalent of that, by putting the hours in there, puts that to rest. It doesn't preclude them from incrementally adding other uses, but they'd have to go through the traditional adoption process, and we're not trying to stop that. I can't think of what else here. But with respect to the dewatering, what's the Tahoe Donner and the applicant are the synonymous, but they proposed a standard to minimize the risk of discharge into creeks like Alder Creek. Center for Biological Diversity filed a letter because they're concerned about populations of the Sierra yellow-legged frog, which is a federally listed species. That's why, because you need to adopt a zero discharge standard, not a standard where we'll try hard, we hope we can avoid or minimize. It's got to be a zero discharge standard, and that's what you're going to have to sign off on when you sign off, your town signs off on the actual plan. And we also think, for the interests of transparency, that plan ought to be made available for public review. I think we have a very narrow range of things we're asking you to incorporate in this approval or re-review. We're not trying to stop the project. We're not trying to delay it to increase costs. We want to remove the threat of litigation. And I think we're not that really far apart. And hopefully this tonight we can kind of close this so that everyone leaves here happy. I guess that's about all I have to say on that front, unless there's other questions when you get to that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move to council questions. And then again, after that, we will open it up to public comment. Vice Mayor Pallavi, I will look to you first.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Romack. Thanks to both parties and to staff. Just a couple of quick housekeeping items. Number one, we don't have the capacity to listen to you and read however many pages are here, so handing us paperwork when we're at the dais is really not productive. I encourage you, if there are future appeals, to hand those to us well ahead of time via email during the public comment process. And that was the way to handle that, because I can't read and listen at the same time. It's not a question, it's a comment. Okay, thank you. Also, just to confirm, this is a question for Andy, our legal counsel. We are not here to settle tonight. Settlement needs to take place between the two parties. Is that accurate? We are here to have a hearing on the project in front of us.
That's accurate. And I'm not entirely convinced that the town council could impose a CUP requirement tonight, absent the acquiescence of the appellant.
Thank you. That was my next question for you.
If the appellant indicates that they would like to go stand out in the hall with the appellant, well, actually, if the project applicant wants to go talk to the appellants out in the hall for a minute, they can indicate that, and I'm sure that we could take a break and do other stuff for a bit.
This is your chance to do that. Seeing none. Okay? No. Okay. We've had that before. It happens, actually. We've been party to that, so we want to provide you that opportunity. Thank you for clarifying those two questions, Andy. Not sure if this is a question for our staff or Tahoe Donner staff, but in the alternative equivalent, employee housing condition of approval, how long of a deed restriction are we looking at? Is it a traditional deed restriction, like part of our THAP program or something like that?
Be in perpetuity.
In perpetuity. Thank you. So maybe this is quickly for staff. Maybe you could just go over very briefly the differences in the permits and use that was needed for the Alder Creek Adventure Center versus the downhill ski lodge replacement project, because I believe there were some fairly significant differences, and that's sort of why this is a very different process in front of us tonight.
Yeah, I'll answer that one since I was the
Jenna.
planner on the Alder Creek Adventure Center. It's kind of an apples to oranges comparison, unfortunately. That was approved as an event facility, and there were specific parameters placed on that in response to neighborhood concerns with respect to the impacts, in particular noise, parking, kind of all the fun things that come along with a big event. We're not talking through that tonight because there aren't special events other than the ones that are already approved through prior use permit amendments that Yumi discussed as part of this facility. They're not allowed in any way in this zone district. So if there were to be a discussion around allowing special events, weddings, private parties, et cetera, that would require a code amendment to our regulations, which is not, again, being contemplated. That would be a Planning Commission recommendation to your council as the final decision maker. So it's really a different comparison between the two facilities.
Thank you, Jenna. I saw this is a question for Tahoe Don, or for the proponents. Maybe Mr. Mitchell, you might want to handle this one. You had a slide like 3 or 4 slides ago talking about your bike parking demand. You agreed with the Planning Commission's recommendation, and then you also just had a couple of bullets that you skipped over. Yeah, that one. Under specifically the summer bike parking, because I think that is a little bit more in a realistic sense of what we might also be concerned with. And maybe just clarify, so there were a couple bullets here, numerous places that will accommodate bike racks, plenty of space, height and demand, you guys can accommodate it. And then I guess if you fast forward ahead to the site plan, which was the last slide, maybe just walk us through how this site works. I'm familiar with it. I don't know if everybody else is, but I know you sort of have kind of a larger parking lot down below in addition to the ski lodge facility. So maybe how all that might work together in the summer just to simply accommodate bike circulation without necessarily having a more formal 83 spot bike parking lot, which does seem a bit odd, but maybe just hit on that for us really quick.
Thanks, Dave. Our thought process behind that is it's really to accommodate staff bike parking and staff using the bikes to commute back and forth to work. Our staff would rather, like probably most of the people in this room, store their bikes inside, secured. This new building is going to provide plenty of space for that, especially in the summertime, which is what we're talking about. So our thought there is six bike parking spots as recommended from the Planning Commission is plenty. Most of our staff bikes will go inside. Parent pickup is not at the facility, it's down in the parking lot. So providing bike racks for members, parent members doesn't make any sense. There are numerous places if we go to the site plan in the future and we do need more bike racks. I think in the summertime under that, right there, under that covered area, pretty much right underneath the Tahoe Donner sign, will provide for more bike parking than we could ever imagine that we would need.
And what's just in this site plan over to the right there where that one car is that ADA envisioned?
Yeah, it sure is.
That's ADA. Mm-hmm. Cool. Great. Thank you. And then I guess to the last question that I have, I don't know if this is staff or I know Jake's here. Maybe he's the hydrologist on record, but do we have a precise discharge standard that is in the management plan, in the mitigation management plan, or is that to be determined at a later date? Or I sort of heard that come up a couple of times, or is it just...
So the discharge standard in the mitigation measure is to, let me pull it up. with the revised language. Oh, got it.
Oh, that was in our revised language.
Yeah, that's in the memo that's in front of you.
Yes,
so
thank you.
the standard would be that the result of the dewatering shall be that there's no overland flow that causes sedimentation or other discharge into a waterway.
So basically 0%. I mean, that's
so water
the
would come
goal.
out, but then
It has to
and
go
it has to be
somewhere.
treated.
Yes, it has to go somewhere.
And the applicant has agreed to that revised condition. They're on board with that.
Great. That is all of my questions. Thank you. Those
Thank you.
are all of my questions. Thank you.
Good grammatical catch.
Sorry.
Councilmember Klopstad.
Good questions, Vice Mayor Pallavi. Okay, I know we understand there was a conditional use permit issued by Nevada County. We just can't retrieve it, correct? So the problem with that being is we don't know what the specific conditions of that conditional use permit were. And aside from this, obviously not dealing with it tonight, what is the remedy for that could be pursued?
If Todd Honor Association wanted to codify something, they could come in and ask for a conditional use permit.
Okay, and then we would attach those, at least the existing conditions that we're aware of, and that would that would likely include types of operations, events, operation hours, parking, all of the things that are kind of in discussion tonight. Correct.
Correct.
And I'd like to emphasize that we really can't find that permit. The town
I
has
know
looked
we
multiple
tried.
times. We've asked the county for it multiple times in multiple different ways at various times over the years, and nobody can find it.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
And we've made multiple amendments to it. So we have had a history of identifying that there is a use permit.
That seems well established. We just don't know what the conditions of it were. Okay. And so is it, because I haven't seen a huge number of development permits come up to council level, would it be atypical or typical to include hours of operation in a development permit?
It'd be atypical.
I figured. And then there is additionally some consternation about the potential for this facility to become a four-season event center. You alluded to the process in your presentation about what would be required, but should somebody find that it is being used inappropriately that way, we are a complaint-driven agency, so if a complaint was made, take us through what would happen.
If a verified complaint, so if there is actually a noise, it's typically a noise complaint that we would receive, we would ask that they call the police department where they work after hours and can often document what's occurring on site. Then once the police department lets us know that there's a verified complaint on site, then we would open a code compliance case, reach out to the Todd Donner Association and say, hey, we hear that you're doing events outside of your use permit, and commence code compliance, which would primarily be ceasing the operation.
Okay, and that would be for anything outside of the ski lift operations in the winter and the daycare operations or camp operations in the summer and the two special events. And that is clearly in the staff reports and in our resolution, correct?
It's not specifically in the resolution. It's in the initial study mitigating neg deck as the baseline, and it's within the staff report as a project description, and it's also within the applicant's submittal as their project description.
And the applicant has accepted this condition.
That's correct. And then I also identified within your staff report that they have previously asked to do events as a temporary use permit and was denied. So they have gone through the appropriate process of asking permission before going through the process and then did not commence with events.
Okay, and last question for staff. Because I have not done extensive research on the FTEE for per square foot and the different options that could be considered, 1 FTE per 500 square foot seems like a very low yield. What are some of the other typical calculations?
There's only two. There's only for commercial and industrial, so 500 square feet for commercial uses, 1,000 square feet for industrial. We have also seen applicants submit employee generation numbers for their projects themselves. That's typically to get a lesser number of units required.
Per
For this
square foot. Yeah.
For this project specifically, they have provided some employee numbers as part of the parking demand calculations, and they aren't proposing an increase in employees, at least as part of their study. They're just they're expecting a redistribution amongst their employees to where they're allocated, where their jobs are, but not an increase in the number, if that helps.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, would you be willing to step to the podium for a couple of questions? Thank you. So I do want to disclose that Mr. Mitchell and I had a conversation earlier today. I was asking some very specific and technical questions about the environmental and sustainability features of the building, so I'd like to daylight a few of those. So that's in line with the conversation so that it can be shared with the public. So at the Planning Commission, there was a question about space and water heating being electric, and at the time you had indicated that it was going to be natural gas. But in our conversation today, and your architect also said that the space heating will all be heat pumps, so that's all electric driven, no gas, natural gas used to do space heating in the facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the heating is electric.
Okay, but you do have a boiler, and tell us what that's going to be used for.
For very modest snow melt hydronic system, just right before the stairways, and then where we think is going to be high ice build areas. But we've downscaled that by probably 75% since the beginning of the design.
Okay.
And that, in addition, that would be used for water, to heat water.
To heat water for use in the facility. Yumi, if you wouldn't mind bringing up that slide, that would be very helpful. Thank you. And then additionally, natural gas for your cooking equipment as well.
Yes, the commercial kitchen is using a typical gas-related appliances as opposed to all-electric. In many cases, the all-electric systems, which are definitely coming and which will be, a better system, are not quite there yet in terms of both availability, cost, and you can't figure out how to cook. For those that are non-vegetarians, a piece of meat that looks properly cooked with electric quite yet.
So can you explain to me a little bit about your increase in building envelope efficiency? You've got an R50 for both the roof and the walls.
Yeah, we're a firm that has really believed in sustainability forever. I'm a LEED certified professional, and kudos to California because we've got the toughest, with the exception of Vermont, we've got the toughest code available, which has traditionally been equal to a LEED level certification. So we go above and beyond because we're a firm that specializes in mountain resort design and trying to do right by the environment. So we have super insulated roof and walls, which go well beyond code. So we have an R50 roof system and an R50 and super insulated wall systems as well. We also use snow on the roof. We have low slope roofs to keep the snow on the roof, to keep additional insulation value as part of the building.
Insulator.
It's a great insulator. We also built the building into the slope so that it does have that kind of organic feel.
And you have minimized the exposure of the exterior walls by doing so.
Exactly. And in the meantime, we minimize that lower level to minimize the groundwater issues. So we really tried to work this so that we were mitigating the environmental concerns because we believe in great environmental approaches as well.
And so just as a comparison, the R50, what's the exponential factor? So a normal building right now, it does not require R50.
You'd be in the R30 range-ish.
Yeah. So you're almost doubling.
Not quite doubling, but significantly more.
And tell me a little bit about your passive heating and passive ventilation.
Yeah, we're a firm that believes that without a lot of bells and whistles and a lot of expense, you can use common sense, and we've been focusing on that for a lot of years. We've been using common sense to design buildings so they work with the environment. So for example, an east-west orientation is ideal because that allows you to use long overhangs, which we've got on the south side, in order to provide shade during the summer when the camps will be there, and also to allow warmth of the sun in during the wintertime. So that's a great example of a passive system that works beautifully. Or we've got natural ventilation. We all know that in a mountain setting, to be able to open the doors and windows and not have to use the energy systems at all is ideal. So we've set the building up in that respect as well. So we've tried to use either snow on the roof or long overhangs and the kind of the pitch of the roof and the color of the roof and all those kinds of things to take into account the best way to mitigate the environmental impacts.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First, I do want to disclose I'm a Tahoe-Donner resident. So I've been following this for years. I know that it's a challenging issue for all of us. I did confer with our town attorney. I'm not conflicted out of it. Maybe you want to say a few words just to sort of reflect our conversation. So just want to, from my fellow council members as well, that I'm not conflicted out and can vote on it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andy.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. As some of you who have been to my horrible ethics training know, and as members of the public may not know, the Political Reform Act in California says that you can't participate in a decision if you have an economic interest that's affected by it. And that includes, among other things, you can't participate in a decision that would affect your real property. But there's a big exception to that. And that is that if a decision affects enough people within the community in the same way that it affects you, then you're deemed not to have a conflict. Here, as long as this decision would affect 15% of the residential real property in Truckee in the same way that it affects you, you're fine. And since Tahoe-Donner has way over 15% of the residential real property in Truckee, the exemption applies. You have no conflict and you can participate. And I do appreciate that you asked me the question in advance.
Andy, thank you so much. Said much more eloquently than I could have. So I appreciate that. I have just a few questions, great questions already. So I think it's already covered several of mine. A few related to project compliance and mitigation. So first, I know that one of the concerns that we saw in public comment was that it'll bring in more traffic, and I'm just confirming there is no change to parking. There's no increase or expansion to the parking lots in any way, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'm going to turn over to staff really quick. I know another concern was related to, the 3 stories, the height, but the proposed project does meet the town's development code requirements, including on building height, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the Lahontan board has stated that they haven't found any disturbance of wetland as part of the project?
That's correct.
Thank you. The mitigation requires preparation of the plan for dewatering, and that would have to be approved by both the town and the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Last question, again for staff. Does staff agree that water quality will be improved over baseline conditions as described by the Tahoe-Donner team, given that the current site doesn't have stormwater treatment?
I believe so, but I would defer to our engineering division.
We agree with that.
Sorry, Becky, you agree with that?
We agree with that. Right now, there's very little to no treatment, and so this site would greatly improve treatment.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
This is for the applicant. Would you say the building footprint would be smaller, but what would be the change, if any, in the impermeable surface area? So include the building and the deck and walkways and that sort of thing.
Yeah, Wally, you want to come up? And just to correct that statement, I don't think we said that the building footprint would be smaller. It's on a slide. It's about 1,500 feet larger.
The ground footprint of the building.
The ground footprint. Yep, it's a 2-story building today with a pretty large ground footprint. But and we're going bigger building, but with 3 stories. But we're still modestly 1,500 feet bigger with the proposed footprint. Okay. We are moving it onto the site to accommodate current code setbacks, which we don't today. So we are improving that.
Okay. So back to my original question then, what is the change, if any, in the impermeable surface area?
Change in impervious surface area.
Yeah, hi, Wally Auerbach Engineering, civil engineer. It's somewhere south of 10,000 square feet, but a lot of that, or a portion of that, is also the back patio, which I think there's some discussion about making a portion of that permeable pavers. So, I'm sorry I can't give you a direct answer to that. Hadn't planned for that question.
Okay. And then I believe we had the appellant saying that the event restaurant area would be 10,100 square feet. Is that correct? And thank you.
I'm sorry, if you could,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
do
That
need
way
you.
the public can hear.
Okay. And then the staff report has the dining and kitchen area, 7,880 square feet. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. As far as I understand, this third floor is 10,100 square feet of dining and kitchen and flex children's space, which could be dining also. The second floor, which is the ski operation floor, is 10,500 square feet.
Okay. Let me go to the applicant. Applicant has the food and beverage area at 6,889 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, can staff go to the slide where we break out the top third floor and all the square footages?
And what I'm trying to figure out is how big's the dining area with these different numbers.
And so this is the 10,800 square foot third floor. And you can see all those required spaces, the kitchen, the servery, the cafeteria seating, the bar area seating, the kids' ski school space. It has restrooms. We need almost 2,000 square feet for circulation and walls. It has offices. So it's a lot more space than just the dining room and kitchen and servery.
Okay. So the cafeteria and bar area, that's where people eat.
Yeah.
That's
and
where the
that's
seating-
about
okay.
3,300 square feet.
Okay, we had a public comment that the proposed project would be able to feed 300 people. Do you have any idea where that number may have come from? What?
No, I'm not sure. If you combine the cafeteria seating, bar seating, and the kids' ski school space, it's maybe a max of 260. But just the public space, we keep our kids' ski school space very separate for several different reasons. So I wouldn't combine them. I would stick with the 205 seats that we have from our cafeteria and bar space.
Okay. Will any of the bar or food area be open to the public during the summer?
No, that is not a current use.
Okay. And it's not going to be a future use?
No, as we've said and staff said, we're just proposing existing uses.
Okay. And then you're not planning to increase the number of employees?
No, we're not, because as I've said, that existing building is truly a Frankenstein building. It's really inefficient. It's really hard to run. And we think because of the improved operational efficiencies, we can run this with the same level of staff.
Okay. Would any changes in use have to go through your HOA board or your membership?
I'm not sure about that, but it has to go through the town. With a few different processes, change of use permit, probably back to the planning commission, and likely to you guys. We also have some questions on what we're allowed to do with that being zoned recreation.
Okay. There was one reference. There was one reference to the yellow-legged frog and then a biological inventory and needing to do a biological survey before construction begins. Do you recall hearing references to that?
Yeah, Wally's coming up, so I think he has something to say.
Yeah. Could you just elaborate on what additional biological inventories would need to be done, if any?
I don't believe the habitat for yellow-legged frog was actually found in the biological study, and I think that's illuminated in the staff report or in the MND. There may be some pre-construction surveys that are necessary for raptors and other nests and things, but I don't believe there's any four-legged creatures that were deemed to be at risk in any way.
Okay. Could you also comment on the applicant's reference to the May 2023 runoff? Recall that she put up a slide. We went through that a little quick for me.
Yeah, it was May 2023 runoff was huge everywhere.
Right.
Those photographs and videos were actually taken of the swale that is adjacent to the property, which I think the inference was that that's coming out of the groundwater, and that's not the case. That swale drains the hillside up above through two very large culverts, and so the flow there was considerably more than we would expect to see in our excavation.
Okay. The staff has revised the dewatering plan with some language. And the staff received a copy of what the appellants characterized as a settlement offer a week or two ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What's the difference between the substantive difference between the currently proposed dewatering plan and what the appellants are asking for?
They're very similar. The defining of the minimizing impacts to water quality kind of reflects what the appellants wanted in their mitigation measure. The only difference I see, aside from wording, is that they would like to have a public review of the dewatering.
That's at the end of that last sentence there. And then for the applicant, how late into the day will construction go? There was something about 7 p.m. versus 9 p.m.
Yeah, we're going to follow the Tahoe Donner work hours, which are more restrictive than the town of Truckee's. That's what we make all of our members follow for the construction projects, and that's just the right thing to do. There's a slide on it. I believe it's 7 to 7.
7 to 7. Okay, and then I was wondering, let's not talk about conditional use permits, but tell me, is there anything different in terms of what the applicant intends to do, in terms of the uses it's going to make of the new ski lodge and what the appellants are asking for and what they characterize as their settlement offer?
I'm not sure what the appellants are asking for. I mean, we've been very clear that we're not changing or have any plan to change our existing use, and the project is really first and foremost for the ski area wintertime use, with a few uses that we currently do today for our day camps, some staff usage at the summertime, and then the few events that Yumi, I think, summarized very well of what we currently existing do. We again have no plans for a wedding site or event site and aren't allowed to do it.
Okay, so essentially you're not planning to change your future use from your current use?
That's correct.
Okay, let me ask the appellants, are you asking for them to change their future use from their current use?
No, sir. What we were just asking is that if you're looking at Exhibit C, where we have we took this from the application, the winter months operations, 8 to 5, ski operations, summer months, children day camps, take that language and put it into this planning, conditions of planning approval. That's another, that would be quicker and simpler. Just take that and plug it into the same document that Yumi Don was asking you to modify the MND on. Put these, this is what they say they want to do, but it's not printed anywhere in any document that anybody on the street could find. So if it's a condition of the approval tonight, we don't have a disagreement. But it needs to, it's not there now in what the Planning Commission approved.
You want a written commitment in place of an oral representation.
Well, you could put the virtual, the language virtually in it.
Yeah.
Then we'd be good.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. I think most of my questions were answered already. But to staff, understanding, so the dewatering plan has to be approved by the town, Lahontan, and what happens once the process starts? Is there checks on it to ensure that they're following what they had in their plan? Does Lahontan go out? I just kind of want to understand once it's underway.
I might defer that over to Becky, who is a little more familiar.
So the dewatering plan will identify monitoring requirements. Staff will be out there, Lahontan potentially would, but there'll be requirements to monitor. And there'll be a number of contingencies that would be identified. So if this happens, then you do this. So there would be some sort of checking on it.
Okay, thank you.
And Jen's had a really good idea that I think she'd like to share.
No, that's not true. But Andy was reminding us all that we can share the draft dewatering plan. It's a public document, so we could make that available for everybody.
So at the time we get it in, and before it goes to Lahontan for review, we could share it with anybody. So if there's anybody that'd like to see it, we could do that.
Mayor, may I ask another question? I believe this will, we're talking about a stormwater prevention plan, right? A SWIP, and daily reports are going to be required, and they have to have a third-party consultant to prepare those reports, and they need to be submitted, and those will be reviewed by the town in Lahontan. If there's any variation or violation of that stormwater pollution prevention plan, that will be reported. Correct? I'm just making sure I have the steps right there.
Correct.
Thank you. And then to the applicant, just on construction hours. So again, it sounds like weekdays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. are what Tahoe Donner's, thank you, it's up on the screen. Tahoe Donner's rules are, and then weekends and holidays, 8 to 7. So it's, less time on Mondays and Fridays, but actually it does look like it would be slightly more time on Sundays than what's in our conditions of approval.
That's correct. Ours is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sundays and holidays.
So it'd be less on Saturdays, more on Sundays potentially.
So how about this? How about we'll do Tahoe Donner's more strict on Monday through Friday, and the town's more strict on weekends and holidays.
Okay, and that is something we could change in our conditions of approval to reflect those numbers, those times.
If Tahoe Donner is amenable to changing the construction hours.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, because then, yeah, that would be what the appellants were asking about too. So, okay. Those are all my additional questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment, I would invite you to please come up to the podium, and I will ask you to line up. I'm guessing there might be more than one or two. So please line up along the wall. As was mentioned before, please state your name. Everyone will have 3 minutes. There is a timer over there. If somebody, again, says something that you were going to say, you can, again, just say, I agree with what the gentleman said before me. And with that, I will invite the first person to come on up and make your comment.
Hi there, I'm Lex Winans. While I'm sitting here, I just realized that I virtually have been living in Tahoe Donner for half my life. like almost to the day. It's crazy. So I moved here in '94, so we're getting there. So I've been a big fan of Tahoe Donner. Bought my starter home in '95, and I still live in it. And I've watched. I have a lot of faith in the process and the board, frankly, which I haven't personally been involved in. I've watched them do watch the fire prevention and the Tahoe Donner fire prevention program, greatly increase and hopefully protect. I've watched Trout Creek, I think two renovations. Watched the lodge turn into one heck of a nice place. I've watched the Adventure Center succeed. So I'm looking at this next step, and this is a portion of Tahoe Donner that I don't really use, but I'm still in strong. I'm in strong support of the downhill ski lodge as it's planned out right now. So I implore the council to approve this project, and I think it's just time to get the cow off the ice and just build it and build it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a reminder, everyone has up to 3 minutes, but don't feel like you have to use it. So.
All right. I'll try and I'm going to go 2 minutes and 12 seconds. I've timed it. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Town Council, my name is Joe Balin. I stand before you as a full-time resident in Truckee and a proud member of the Tahoe Donner Association. Parent to 3 children, all who go to high school. Shout out to the girls' soccer team who made it to state championships. Unfortunately lost in overtime. Another story. I'm here to voice my unequivocal support for the long overdue downhill ski lodge project that has been stifled by persistent delays and obstructive tactics. For years, the group has employed a myriad of tactics from recall attempts to misinformation campaigns, legal threats, I think we heard a few today, and 3 elections that failed to sway in their favor in the local Tahoe Donner community. Despite their efforts, our community has remained steadfast in its commitment to progress. This group's attempt to thwart a project vital to our community's growth and vitality have only served to drive up the costs, jeopardize the future of an aging 50-year-old building. As an HOA member, I recognize our collective obligation to uphold standards and codes that ensure safety and prosperity to our community. The proposed ski lodge isn't merely a luxurious addition, it's a necessity, and it's a necessity replacement for an infrastructure at the end of its useful life. I live merely a block away from the ski resort on Snow Peak Way. I witnessed the positive impact it has in the community. And the proposed downhill lodge is not just about recreation, it's about revitalizing an integral part of the town's identity. It's about providing a space for our community members and our residents and visitors alike to come together and creating memories for future generations. So I just hope that the board will approve the construction of the downhill ski lodge, and it's not just an investment in our infrastructure, it's an investment in the heart of our community. And I implore the town council to consider the greater good and approve the project without further delay. Sorry, I went over 2:12. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, you hear me? Perfect. So my name's Matt Dowd as well. Essentially, I agree with these last 2 guys. I live a couple blocks away from the downhill ski lodge. I'm on Northwoods and Slalom. I have 4 kids, 8, 6, and 2 twins at 3 years old. This whole process started when they were born. I would like them to be able to see the lodge and ski and use the lodge before they turn 15. So my ask is if we can kind of move this thing forward despite all the requests to slow it down. Yeah, that's about it.
Hi, my name is Barry Weiland, and I have a different opinion because I've been here in Tahoe Donner since '89, and this is a beginning ski hill, a small beginning ski hill that does not deserve a lodge that's better than Squaw Valley or Sugar Bowl. I think some modifications to the current one would do fine. It's worked fine, and I don't see a use for an elaborate lodge like we're going to have right now. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Stacy Larson. I am a Tahoe
Donner resident. I'm also a business owner and understand the planning process here in Truckee. And I believe that they have followed the process and they have done their due diligence. There's a lot that goes behind doing these businesses and being able to do what's right for the community as well as follow the rules that the zoning and requirements are put in place, and I fully support. Thank you.
My name is Jim Easterbrook. I've been an owner of a home in Tahoe Donner for now, this is my 28th winter, and we have a family home on Sloan Way. And so we have a direct impact for this construction project. And I raised my daughter in Tahoe Donner to ski, and contrary to the gentleman who says that this ski resort does not deserve this lodge, this was the most amazing place for me to start my daughter. Yes, she grew out of it, but it was a great place to start. And when we enjoy the cabin on Sloan Way, we love to see the activity. And we relish the opportunity to see all the activity of this new lodge being built. So let's get it built.
Hi, my name is Rich Capola. I've lived in Tahoe Donner down the street from the ski resort now for just about 28 years myself. And I'm in great support of this lodge. My kids grew up skiing and learning at the ski resort. And I wish it was what it's going to be when we were there, but it was not. And there's lots of improvements necessary. And I look forward for future generations. My kids are now grown and aren't using it, but I still support for the kids up and coming and for the next generation. And yeah, so.
Good evening. My name is Nan Meek, and my husband Jerry and I have had a home in Tahoe Donner since the early 80s. Since then, we have used the ski hill. We have used the old and outdated and unpleasant to spend time in lodge, and we are in strong support of the new plan that you're considering tonight. I want to thank, first of all, the town staff, your planning commission, all of the council members for the time and effort and energy you've put into reviewing this very long-running project. I also want to thank everyone at Tahoe Donner who has been a part of it. Multiple board of directors, multiple volunteer committees with many members, and many concerned residents and association members. This has gone on for many years, involved many people, and you see the culmination of it tonight. All of those hours reviewing and considering the project, asking questions, getting answers, delving deeper into the issues, I think have all paid off into a project that is worthy of Tahoe Donner and worthy of the town of Truckee. My husband and I don't have any kids. We don't have little ones starting their ski careers on this hill. Yes, it's a great place to begin, but I would like my friends and my neighbors' kids and grandkids to be able to learn to ski there. I would like the moms and grandmothers and dads and grandfathers to be able to take their young kids there and spend time in the lodge watching their kids on that ski hill, which on a really unpleasant day, or even if somebody is very averse to cold, they can't do with our current ski lodge. For me, this project that you're considering tonight is the culmination of many years and much effort on the part of a lot of people in this room. So I thank you for your diligence in considering it, and I urge you to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you all very much. and bring it back up here. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Sure. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. And yeah, I really don't think I have much to add. I trust our planning commission. We appoint them for good reason. I believe that the decision that was made should stand. I haven't heard anything tonight. There's been no new information presented that would force me to to change any of the decision making that has already happened before us, given that this is a new hearing. So I'm fine with proceeding under the current conditions of approval with the changes that have been made, with some of the modifications that were added in the packet that we got on the mitigation measure HYD-1, including the bike parking and everything else. And yeah, I'm ready to proceed.
And you'd be okay changing, I would assume, the construction hours to align with the more restrictive hours?
I think the construction hours are fine. The town has construction hours. They have construction hours. I don't need to amend anything. I think there's been enough thought and presence put into the construction hours that, it doesn't really, no, I don't need to. I mean, if that gets you all on board and you don't agree the way it is, fine. But otherwise, we have construction hours for a reason. They're already in there. I don't need to negotiate additional construction hours.
Okay. Councilmember Klofstad.
Can we see the actions? Thank you. One of the things I thought of during the Planning Commission meeting, and I'd like to daylight it with my fellow council members, is, the bike parking discussion is an interesting one. I think they have ample room for adding additional bike parking in the future. I'm not concerned about that. I think the 6 spaces are fine. I think, though, one of the things that we have not taken into consideration, at least in the 2025 general plan that this is under, is e-bike parking and allowing for people to charge. So that's one thing that I think I would like to see that they have a plan for. I know they have a plan for their staff because they'll park their bikes inside, but I think there could be a future where there's some bikes parked outside. So if any of my fellow council members are interested in that, we could ask the applicant if they're willing to consider that. Other than that, I do think it's actually important to make sure that we are consistent with the town's construction times, so they shouldn't be operating outside of that. So I do think that's important. I'm supportive of the modified language. I think it accomplishes that which the appellant has requested, although not with the grave detail that they've included, but it accomplishes the same thing. So the only other question I think at this point is whether or not there would be a need to include any hours. I think it's well covered in the staff report and in the discussions and in the documentation of the existing operations there that we are considering as a historical conditional use permit. So I don't see any need to make any more modifications to that. And that's where I'm at.
I would maybe just chime in quickly just so we can finish up on our side, mostly. I should also say I did, to disclose, I did have a phone conversation with Mr. Mitchell yesterday prior to the hearing just to go over some questions as well. I should have done that a long time ago. I apologize. My only comment is, I just don't think it's within our purview I think the bike parking was in our purview because it was going to be an exception of 83 spots down to 3. So to me, that just makes more sense. I don't believe adding a condition for like e-bike charging is necessarily within our purview. It's certainly at our discretion. I also think the small difference with this project and why I wouldn't support adding it in as a condition is at the end of the day, this is an HOA supplied amenity, which generally means like if enough people want it, they're gonna do it because they're gonna be like, sure, we can do that. Okay. So to me, that's a little bit of the difference between sort of like a random rental commercial property somewhere versus an HOA funded and managed and sort of membership responsive type of project. So that's where I wouldn't be interested in adding something like that as a condition, just to be clear.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I want to start by just thanking everyone for coming tonight. You've been here for several hours at this point. It's a huge investment of your time, and it has, been an investment of your time and your resources and your energy for many, many years. So thank you for being here and for being so engaged. This is part of what makes being in Truckee so wonderful, that we get to have these conversations and we can do it in a really civil way. I think that what really unites us all here tonight is that we all want what's best for our community. And we may disagree on exactly what that is. We may disagree on exactly how to get there, but we all hold that fundamental value. I think that's really important. I know that this is a challenging issue. We have a lot of opinions on the topic. I know that, there are concerns over the size and cost of the lodge, which, as our town attorney said, we don't have jurisdiction over. That is the Tahoe Donner elected board. And what we really need to determine is, does this meet the town's standards? Is it in compliance with our development code? Has the appropriate environmental review actually been completed? So from my perspective, the proposed project does meet the town's development code requirements. I think that the two sides are actually closer on this perhaps than we might realize. I know the appellant wants a reduction of impacts during ski lodge construction. We've just talked through, what those hours look like for construction hours. The appellant wants protection and prevention of harm to water quality in the environment. And that is achieved through the mitigation and the fact that the town and the Lahontan Water Quality Board have to approve those. Violations will be documented through the monitoring program. A monitoring program is required, and then enforcement would occur to hold the project to its plan. And I know the appellant also wants enforceable, description of existing uses. And I think we have consistently heard that no additional uses are being proposed as part of this project. It is limited to the current uses, as we discussed during the questions. So I can make the findings to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. And I would just finish by saying that I truly hope that the Tahoe Donner community can come together, that this doesn't lead to more divisiveness. We have enough of that in our community and in the world today. I really hope that this can be an opportunity to enhance and cultivate community connection for all of us, because again, we all share that fundamental value. We all want what's best for this community.
Would you like to weigh in on electric bike parking? I heard an interest or charging and then a non-interest.
I'm on this one. I am, I'm comfortable maintaining just the parking spaces themselves, because to Vice Mayor Pahlavi's point, that really, I think, should lie with the HOA and the elected board of the HOA.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
So when I want to go ski KT, I go to Tahoe Donner. I ski that ski hill. It's just like KT for me. On the time, on when construction begins, and when construction ends, the appellants requested and the applicants agreed to the shorter cutoff times, and so I would modify the conditions to accommodate that willingness on both parties' sides. The big issue is the dewatering. That's what the bulk of the appeal was about. I think the appellants have moved the needle, and the really only substantive difference we're talking about now with the new language that requires that no surface flow cause sedimentation or other discharge adequately addresses the appellant's concerns. I want to reiterate what Council Member Henderson said. Everyone here acted in good faith. It put in tremendous amount of time, far greater amount of time than should have been required. And what I'm disappointed about and what concerns me is exemplified by the third item of the appellant's request, which was to put in writing what's being orally represented, and the reluctance of the applicants to do so. That speaks volumes to me about problems in Tahoe Donner that make me feel fortunate I don't live there. Despite all its amenities and all the great times I have up there taking advantage of your trails and other amenities, I don't have to live there. Boy, I hope things change. That's outside the purview of what we're doing here tonight. So I'm inclined to join my other council members on this. I'd like to modify the times the parties were willing to do. I'm accepting the staff's revisions to the dewatering plan. I think they address the mitigated negative deck sufficiently. The nature of use, the town staff has said that Tahoe Donner would need to come in, essentially, if it was going to change its use. So you have some controls there, but really those controls should be up at Tahoe Donner. That's where those decisions should be made. On the e-bikes, if it had been brought up a little sooner, I'd be a little more sympathetic. To address it this late in deliberations, I'm more reluctant to try to wrench that into the proposal. I mean, I'd love to ride my e-bike up there and charge it while I'm there, so I'm assured of a ride home. But so I would accept all of staff's recommendations with the modification in the closing time of
Construction hours.
Construction hours.
And Councilmember Henderson, would you be open to modifying the construction hours? Or I think I heard on this side, we have construction hours, leave them as is.
I mean, I feel like if they're willing to follow the more restrictive, so I think I heard Tahoe Donner's is more restrictive midweek and the town's is more restrictive on the weekend. So if the applicant agrees to that, I am comfortable with that. And I think it meets a little bit in the middle for both parties.
Thank you. Appreciate all the comments. Appreciate everyone being here and all the comments we received and the discussion. I did want to disclose I too talked with John Mitchell today. I had questions about the process previous, how it got to where it is today. So I know there was the information he went over with me on the phone was in the PowerPoint this evening. So all the same information was shared. And I will disclose I have talked to numerous Tahoe Donner residents. I'm sure my fellow council members have as well, with diverse opinions. So I'm in alignment with my council members to move forward. Councilmember Henderson, I appreciated your comments of, it seems like the applicant and the appellant are fairly close. That's what I was kind of hearing too. I support the changes to the construction hours to meet more with the interests of the appellant. I think we have all heard and reiterated there is no use change allowed as it currently stands, and a process would have to be undertaken in order to change that. And also understanding, the dewatering plans, monitoring. The plans would be available to review for the public because it would be a public document, as well as understanding the monitoring that would take place. So that makes me feel comfortable as well. So I am in support, and I appreciate staff just amended that to changes to the construction hours with this side. Are you guys agreeable to that?
I was in support of it.
Okay,
so,
thank
yes.
you. All right, with that, would somebody like to make a motion?
I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-62, taking the following actions based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. That we adopt an initial study mitigated negative declaration with associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge project with amendment to the MMRP for Hydrology 1. We uphold the decision of the Planning Commission in approving the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge. We deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge and approve the Tahoe Donner Downhill Ski Lodge replacement development permit, minor use permit, and sign plan based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval with amendments to the conditions related to Hydrology 1 and changes to the construction hours described this evening.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we are going to take a quick break. It is 8:33, 7 minutes. We'll come back at 8:40 because we still have quite a few items on our agenda. Appreciate everyone being here.
And I'd like to introduce Colleen Dalton for a presentation.
Thank you. And I'm going to jump in real quick. And Colleen, I feel like last year you were here on a busy meeting too, so apologize. But I think you have a presentation around 15 minutes. We won't be as strict with you as the appellant and applicant, but if you could keep it to around 15 minutes, that would be fantastic.
You got it. You got it. Is this on? Is this on? Okay, great. You got it. All right, let's do this. Let's talk tourism. Woohoo! All right, thank you, Hillary, and I wanted to say hello and thank you to our posse here tonight. We got Ross from Hampton Inn, Dana and Paul on our board, Jen, our candidate for an admin coordinator position, Christian and Erica, our tech partners, and Siobhan, Director of Sustainable Tourism. So thank you to our posse. Carrie sends her regards. She's out of town today. So we are actually, our TBIT annual report this year is a component of our 2-year strategic plan. Our mission, as a reminder, stays the course. We promote, protect, and enhance Truckee as an authentic mountain town. So the structure of our strategic plan really breaks this down into 3 brand pillars. What is our brand promise to drive that overnight visitor attraction? Brand support of a Truckee tourism ecosystem, and brand management. What happens in market? How are we managing the destination experience when they get here? Under those 3 brand pillars, we have 6 priorities and 21 goals. And let's see if we can get through some of them, but not all. So what is a Truckee tourism ecosystem? It's actually a coordinated strategic approach that balances our economy with community well-being and environmental protection. We actually see this as so important. That pillar is the driver. We actually had to find a video of how these cogs work, but that's the driver cog that gets the other 2 pillars going in the right direction. So that's how we view the ecosystem really is the driver to an honest and truthful brand promise to our visitors that delivers yet a truthful and authentic experience. Our highest priority for the ecosystem is to partner with top leaders for a collaborative approach to long-term solutions and a consistent brand message. Of that, we have 4 goals: to lead the Truckee Stewardship Council, collaborate on the CCC, Nevada Counties Council, serve on the Tahoe Stewardship Council, and advocate for tourism and lodging through the multiple entities. Our Truckee Stewardship Council is comprised of, I included in your packet that roster, the leaders that have the jurisdiction and authority to implement long-term improvements to higher use and the growing popularity of Truckee. That includes Palisades, Tahoe, Sugar Bowl, and North Star, California. Dee, Bridget, and Amy, we really appreciate their joining and being equally concerned for our community as we all are. To complement the Stewardship Council is the Short-Term Mitigation CCC, which you all have heard frequently of. We're going on 3 years with that. We meet monthly. Chief Renfro's on there. Lots of folks on that you see in the logos are on there. And we're really excited about the new PIO subcommittee that we'll be joining Danny on. We also work hard to have influential conversations at the state, county, and local level on behalf of lodging. We had some interesting proposed bills this year that we worked to mitigate. And our second highest priority for the ecosystem is to inform key groups about our role, responsibility, and actions and results for balancing tourism. So of that priority, we have 2 goals. One is to research and get metrics. We cannot improve what is not measured, and that is our economy, our community environment. To inform and listen to our lodging TBID payors, they are who we serve. And also to inform and listen to our community and our tourism-dependent business owners, our government, and boards. So one of the most important metrics, as we all are very familiar with, is TOT, which is driven by gross lodging revenue. It's our key metric, and perhaps the trends of the TOT is our canary in the coal mine. We need to pay very close attention to the TOT and gross lodging revenue, which was $66 million last fiscal year. That's actually a 1% decline. That's the first decline in 10 years other than COVID. The breakdown on lodging revenue is 38% hoteliers drive that revenue, 34% property managers on the short-term rental management side, and 28% for our independent hosts. Combined, short-term rentals generate 62% of gross lodging revenue for Truckee. We just published our economic impact of travel report. That was a very interesting report. Since I first did in 2019, we had a $149 million tourism economy. That's now measuring at 252. That's non-resident spending. It's interesting to note that 71.5% of visitor spending in Truckee is made by paid lodging guests, and that's on retail, groceries, restaurants. The rest being second homeowners, your friends that stayed at your house for the weekend, day visitors, campers. The breakdown on that is 37% that spending is from hotel guests, and 63% on short-term rental guests. So. Really important metric that paid lodging guests, they paid for their lodging, spend 5 times more than day visitors in our economy. Other interesting outcomes of this report was that there's a slowing in that heated spending trend. We bumped up 38% pre-post-COVID. Well, that is coming to a pretty thickening slow, more to 10.6%. The last time it was getting that low was 2017 and 18. Between those 2 years was 7%. So, lodging guests, the key metrics to be aware of our tourism economy. This is driven by our paid lodging guests. They only make up 58% of visitor trips to Truckee in a year. This is from 2022, which was 300,000 out of 520,000 trips. They were only half of 1.2 visitor nights spent in Truckee in that calendar year. They spent 5% fewer nights than 2021. They spend more on groceries than retail restaurants. That's unusual for a destination, so I'm told, from the Dean Runyon and Associates. And they paid $10.6 million in city taxes and T-bid. That's up 19%, up from 8.9 the fiscal year prior. With these important metrics, we sure do want to make our constituents, our payers aware, and be really close listeners and eyes and ears to the ground of what they need and what they're seeing and hearing. So we, for the purpose of convening and building cohesion, making sure they're aware of legislation, town ordinances. This is the property manager group that we will be meeting with 4 times a year. We've met with them once. These 10 business owners represent the majority of the property managed market. On the hotelier side, we're seeing we happen to have a coincidental changing of the guard at the Marriott in Hampton. There's 2 destination management companies are now taking changeover there. We have a general manager changeovers that are still at play. And we have a new GM at the Gravity House. And Ross McNamara, assistant GM, is here tonight representing the Hampton Inn. So welcome, Ross. They have very different needs than the short-term rental owners, I'll tell you that. They are mini pop-up visitor centers at their front desk. We produced a map for them. They take all the rack cards for TART. They're very much our mini visitor centers around town. They have very different needs, and we have had these meetings for years now. And then our independents, and we send many e-newsletters to this group, very high open rate at 72%, at 1,100 opens. That's not the total count of short-term hosts currently. That's the past, present, and future who have opted in to receive information about short-term renting. And equally important is to be informative and listen to the community, important local boards, Parks and Rec, the River Watershed, the Airport District, executive teams at the ski areas. It's very important that they know what we're doing and what's important to us, our government being here tonight, and our tourism-reliant business owners. We'll be doing that through either a 3-minute public presentation or an agendized item, and we have a 2-page quickie dashboard for the quick version. And now moving on to Brand Promise, overnight visitor attraction. That priority is to promote the unique Truckee experience, our proximity to the lake, and infuse all of that with stewardship messaging. Those 4 goals are to focus on Truckee's brand strengths, support our lodging and tourism businesses, innovate new campaigns. What if we got 1 more night out of a 2-night visitor? What would that do to our economy? Educate visitors about stewardship. Second priority is to identify and attract, in other words, market, to ideal overnight visitors for that midweek pre- and post-peak period visitation, not peak period. Those goals are to drive brand awareness, refer our lodging leads to our T-bid payors, target direct flights and longer stays, and target sustainably minded travelers. Here's an example of a mechanism we use to accomplish those goals. This is an early winter offer that's in that sweet spot, which is the 3 weeks that ski areas are open and before the holidays. And we offer our sustainable Truckee gift card, which is up to 1,100 cards, $80,000 in sales, 65 merchants. So that's been going on for 2 years, a lot of awareness now. And then we now can filter by eco-green friendly, and I'll talk about that in a minute. It might surprise the community to know that of our entire budget, only 10% is on paid advertising. We have to spend some money targeting that sustainably minded sweet spot audience. That's what we're really looking for. We also use our earned and owned channels, our beautiful website, social channels, and our e-newsletter list. Almost done. And saving the best part for last, that's destination management or brand experience. What happens when they get here? What does our community want? That priority here is to support destination management that improves the experience for all. That means we're going to deliver on our brand promise, remember that other pillar, that Truckee is an authentic, sustainably focused town. 4 goals there: support mobility, fund investments that drive lodging, fund off-season events, but support peak period messaging and promote responsible behavior. And we've funded pretty big funding of our budget this year went to Target Connect, and we're proud about that. Shoulder season events are, again, that sweet spot are those 3 weeks in June. It is the most consistent in weather that we can line, except for last spring. But these are consistent events that we've been sponsoring. And a whole wealth and quiver of effort to support peak period visitation. So I think we have 8 visitor guides, winter weekend traffic. We just brushed that one off, updated that. We created a 4th of July microsite to support all the entities and pull it all in one place. And our ever popular Truckee Tile Travel Alert is our most popular page. We're getting that word out about if you can make your lodging, please make your reservations for parking for the weekend. We're very proud of our new pre-arrival sustainable Truckee guide. This piece is not in my sheet right now. Oh, here we go. It's a 10-page document. It's digital right now. If desired, we'll do a small press run. We love how this came together about promoting how visitors can be sustainably minded when they're here. That's everything from turning off the light on the front porch, enjoying the dark skies, shop local, save energy, reduce waste, respect our land. So this is an extensive guide. I believe we handed out some guides earlier for you, and that's digitally online. This 10 pages, quite the lift. Good job, Siobhan. And then our second priority is support destination protection and stewardship planning. 3 protection goals is to support improvements to high-use key areas, develop eco-green lodging standards, and to complete our stewardship plan. So what does that look like? These investments straddle last fiscal year and this fiscal year, but we're very eagerly looking forward to the River Watershed Council implementing a peak period study for Donner Lake. We heard that Donner Lake was the highest concern of our citizens, they're going out to RFP on that soon here. That is funded by our Sustainable Truckee gift card. 25% of all sales go to a stewardship project. West End Beach won our 3rd winter of plowing, giving some relief for snow play, safe parking, and backcountry access. And I just talked to Kevin Starr at the Land Trust. They're moving well ahead of the game for their landscape architect design for developing the Johnson Canyon trailhead there, which is rough and needs a lot of work. I think combined, these all come to about $100,000. Very excited to announce our Truckee Eco Green short-term rental lodging standards. This was a year-long project. This does not exist. We are, I believe, the first DMO in California to develop these standards based on the Surfrider Foundation's ocean-friendly restaurant model, which is a leaning in model. Achieve 3 of these 5, 6 of these 10, and you're leaning in. And we felt that that was really more achievable than the California Green Network certification. And we already have 50 homes that have applied. I think we're in the process of qualifying them. They get a swag bag, they get a beanie, they get a dark sky sticker, they get a green box program. Thank you, Melanie. So it's fun and it's meaningful, and it would be super fun if the CTA quantified how much to reduce our carbon footprint by converting these homes this way. So it's exciting, and we're very, very proud of this project. Our stewardship plan is well underway. Maybe it's a process. Began in 2020. We had a workshop. I think you've all heard about our flash vote surveys with a huge amount of participants. We're really seek to measure that quality of life and what's most negatively impacting locals' quality of life when it comes to peak period high usage. And we learned a lot. The Stewardship Council, we talked about those guys prior, helped decide that the geographical boundaries of our stewardship plan really is the middle Truckee River watershed. This is provided by Lisa and the gang, and it's actually quite close mirror of the general plan sphere of influence map. That includes Placer County, Nevada County, Palisades, Tahoe, Alpine Valley, and North Star. The community also told us that Donner Lake was their 2x highest concern about what was impacting their quality of life, followed by the Truckee River, paved paths, and we were happy to provide the stats for Danny and the gang in August, and a historic downtown. Just a spin on the watershed's statement, a more sustainable Truckee starts with a watershed, with a healthy watershed. So that feels right to us. The council, the leadership ranges from the counties to ski areas. This is a long page about all of the plans in effort and play, 2 to 10 year, 5-year plans in play to mitigate all of the citizen concerns. Where we're seeking to have our measurable impact is in that Truckee lodging community, that industry, as our climate action plan. Under visitor communications, I think we went through some of those things, and you get a strong sense of that. Our financial plan is a $1.7 million budget this year. Our reserves are 29.5%. Organization is 22.7%. Brand, those 3 pillars to promise, support, and manage, comes to 47.8%. A breakdown of the brand budget, just so you're aware, is, remember, brand management experience, what's happening in Truckee, how do we help mitigate peak period issues. Nearly 60% of that, 54% of that goes to TART. It is almost 60% of the entire brand budget is what's happening in Truckee and taking care of that. Our brand promise is at 35%, and brand support is 5.5%. That might sound low. Why? Because it's a lot of convening, administering, facilitating. It's not hard costs, but it is certainly a lot of time. As a matter of process, our TBID management district plan, we're obligated to not go any farther than 15% within the category percentage requirement. And you can see in here that we fall well in line with that. And with that, I'm going to say thank you and take any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all the info in that and the facts. It's fascinating. Any questions, Councilmember Klövstad?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would really love to understand more of what you learned from those surveys. Will you be doing some sort of reporting out of what you gleaned from that and what your action items are going to be based on those surveys?
Yeah, that's about one of 7 press releases we're behind on to write. So yeah, we did a robust analysis of the first flash vote. We owe the second one, and we need to go to the community, and that will look like, I didn't get to this part, but local community ads, QR code, read about the stewardship plan, learn what's new, editorial coverage, obviously, and presenting to boards. So yeah, we have a lot to update the community on.
and presenting to boards, like local agency boards, or what?
We're going to put the word out. I
boards?
looked at Jen's list for the river committee. It's a good list. So we're going to put out there to anyone who would like to hear. We had 3 minutes public comment or agendize us.
I think maybe what you're also asking is how are we going to use that data? And I think we're going to be using a lot of that data internally to drive a lot of decision making. So what we've struggled with in some of the stewardship activities is where do we get the best bang for our buck? What is the best use of fairly limited budgetary funds? And that exercise is an effort to start to narrow down where we can have the most impact with our limited availability of stewardship funds. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah,
I think how are we going to use that data more effectively?
How are you going to use it? And then also just what's the opportunity to share that with the community? Because I think one of the things that happens is I take all the surveys that come because I understand how much time it takes to put those together and you're seeking information. So, but I often respond to surveys and then I never have any feedback on what the results of that was. So I think there's a lot of curiosity out there because you were asking questions that were very personal to us.
Yeah.
And inspired some deep thought for me in responding to them. So I would love to see that feedback come back to the community and say, hey, this is what you told us.
And this is what we're doing.
And then this is what we're doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
absolutely.
I would add that I think that the DIPS peak period study is the precise example of exactly why we funded that.
Okay.
Right. So DIPS needed some funding to enhance their research specifically on peak period times. And we were like, oh, well, that fits all this data we now have. Let's do that. So that's a piece of it. And I think Colleen hears
Thanks,
what you're
Steve.
saying.
That's
I'm just
exactly
trying to put some tangible results on maybe what you're asking for, and maybe we don't do a good enough job with our small staff of exactly telling you how we are going to use that. And
Thank you, board member Paula.
we are aware of that. I'm just helping out Colleen there. I know what you were trying to get at. So
Yeah. Okay. And then lastly, the one slide about the visitor information, or gosh, how did you put it? The information that you send to them in advance of their stay, so they can understand what responsibilities we expect of them, what our sustainable practices are. How do we know that they're looking at that? Is there another touch point, or are there other opportunities that you guys are considering for connecting with that visitor before they come? Because we have so much, but even our residents don't know half the things that we offer in our community. So I see that as a real challenge, and so I'm just wondering, you guys are tackling it. How are you planning on accomplishing?
We will rely a lot on town's help with that massive distribution list that you guys have, and as well as our army of lodging payors. Our army of lodging payors have confirmation emails, pre-arrival check-in. I see you nodding, Paul. So our distribution channels really are our payors, and this just got published. And it's a living document, right? We're going to update it. There's going to be changes. And we might do a press run, and we'll see how that goes. The hoteliers at their front desk. Obviously, it's the paid, earned, owned channels. So we're going to use what we own and earn first and see how that goes. And metrics can be number of times it was downloaded or clicked, or a page view impression, or awareness. We could do awareness survey a year or two down the road, or absolutely. I mean, our short-term rental eco-green lodging guide, it applies to any home. Doesn't have to be a short-term rental home.
Yeah,
and
any visitor.
Any home in Truckee.
And hey, here's the list of places that you can get a green box, and here are the coffee shops that have the reusable mugs or whatever else.
Yeah, we have some ambitious ideas to take it to the next level, actually. Maybe there's the super eco-green lodging or sustainable property that has solar panels and really incredible access for folks who need access. And, the ideas, millions of ideas. It's just we're trying to get it all done. So,
lofty goals.
Yes.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson?
I don't have any questions. I just always enjoy your updates, and I'm always astounded at how much you all are doing on this front. So thank you for all of the work.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Colleen, I wanted to ask you about the page that addresses jobs that are created by tourism, the lodging-related jobs. And I don't have the page number, but it's on page 534 of the packet, the agenda packet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, jobs. So the study measures, maybe I'm going to get to your question here. I have a small version of that here, employment. Direct hospitality jobs and indirect jobs.
Correct.
So direct jobs are going to be your housekeepers, your janitorial services, property management services, restaurants that are highly dependent on tourism. Indirect's going to be your web developer, your marketing person, your bookkeeper, your accounting, all those support services, so indirect jobs. And I don't have the number in front of me of how many jobs. I think it went up to 1,500 in the full report. I'd have to grab the.
Yeah, what I'm looking at, the heading is 76% of 1,560 jobs are accommodations and food service.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what is the 1,560 jobs? What is that? Wage earning jobs in Truckee, or well, actually, you have professional services here.
So you can imagine how many employees all the hotels have, those 10 property managers, and how many employees they have. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
What do the 1,560 jobs represent?
Primarily direct tourism-related businesses, that those staff, those employees are directly employed by businesses that are tourism-facing.
Okay, but it says 76% of them are accommodations and food service.
Oh, the rest are probably, I'm sorry, the indirect jobs, the bookkeepers, the accounting. I don't have it in front of me, Jan, but I can grab it. I can grab it.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out, is 1,560 then is hotel or accommodation and food service jobs within the town of Truckee?
Yeah, this is all within the town of Truckee.
Okay. And do we have any data on where they live, where these employees live?
I don't. I'd have to noodle that for a minute, where we would get that data. It's probably a reflection of the general inbound commuter count, whatever that is.
Okay.
I would say it just mirrors that or reflects it. I don't know what that is.
Okay. And then, are you hearing from your members any concerns or complaints about filling jobs, positions?
It's funny you should ask that. That used to be a really hot button. I remember the John Borden days before COVID, and like just, coming up from Reno, putting posters on the telephone poles, housekeepers make more down here. It was very competitive.
Right.
I'm not hearing that so much anymore. I'm not hearing. We had 36 applicants for our administrative coordinator position for our DMO, so that was pretty exciting. And one of them's here tonight. Our candidate Jen is here tonight.
Right.
So I'm not sure if that's really a huge hot issue anymore. I'm not hearing it. No. So Hampton, and no, not so much.
Okay, hiring is not a problem right now, as far as we know.
Not the way it used to be.
Supply is limited, at least for my business. For example, we had 2 applicants for a job application, but that's 2 more than when we had a year ago, when we had 0.
Okay.
So it's all relative. Yeah. Wages, it's not that supply is challenging, it's that wages are insane. Wages are through the roof. There are more people to work, but the amount that they need to be paid is, I don't know what the number is, but I can tell you what my payroll numbers are and how much higher they are.
Is that what your employees say?
I think I can't answer that, but I know that in order to retain any employees in this economy and this community, you don't have a choice of what you need to pay.
Colleen, you mentioned sustainable Truckee and the the criteria in one of your slides, different measures. How are you going to measure success? Do you have any plan for that?
Yeah. Well, how many short-term rental homeowners are going to apply for the program? We're at 50, and I think we've been live for 4 weeks or so. So we see that really exciting. We have a lot more to reach, obviously. We have some creative ideas about creating video about, going into a short-term rental house. I keep thinking of Andy Finch in Glenshire. He does short-term renting. He's a local. Doing some video clips of, hey, we don't use the Keurig coffee cups here. We do this and we turn the lights out. We got the down-facing lighting. So we need content to help get that understanding, right? And we have our incentive little swag bag. We think that's cool. So we're going to take some photos of that. And
Okay.
So a good metric will be adoption rate, really.
Okay. And then do these adoptees or adopters, do they then check boxes on a form to let you know
Yes.
if they're doing single use?
Yes,
or
it's
mobile
a
use?
self-attestation model.
Okay.
Okay, we're not going out there and checking on anybody.
Right,
We
right.
hope people are being super honest. We ask them, one of our questions to sign up is, tell us about yourself. Who are you? Why are you? And then we get fascinating stories,
Yeah.
why they're short-term renting. And so it's the human connection too, right? They want to do it because it's a good thing. I don't get the vibe there's any other reason. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I don't have any questions. I just have one correction for Councilmember Zabriskie. He used the term members. I want to be very clear. Nobody is a member. This is not a member-driven organization. These are required assessed fees, and they are payors, and they don't have a choice because the town of Truckee is the taxing authority, which is why Colleen is here in front of us today. So it's not the chamber. You can elect to be a member. There is no election to be a payor. You are required to be a payor. Just wanted to clarify that.
Which is also why we're subject to Brown Act and a bit of a higher bar in our full transparency for everything.
Thank you. Appreciate this presentation. Do you have different QR codes to track, like I know out on your trails, like who's scanning it at this trailhead versus this trailhead?
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think that goes to Councilmember Clovested's question before then, how do you, and you don't have to get into it now, but just ensuring you're utilizing that
Yeah.
data to change different messages based on there's a bigger poop problem at this trailhead, let's push that message or something like that.
Yeah, we love the QR codes because you can just change the URL.
Yeah.
And the guide does have a QR code to this content of this page. So, yeah, those are really good metrics to look at too.
Great.
Impressions.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. And then just thank you for supporting TART Connect. Again, it's been incredible to see the people adopting it and taking it. And I think the longer, again, we have it out there. So appreciate everybody supporting that. And, I know I live near the Best Western and people get off there on rides with me frequently. So it's great to see, people utilizing it at the hotel. And then again, I know Pacific Crest Trail through hikers, they'll be staying at a hotel, and had two of them who were from the Czech Republic this summer just talk about how they were able to go out to dinner and all that kind of stuff. So kind of to your point of the increased spending that then they're able to do for our economy because they're able to move around. So just wanted to highlight that. And again, thank you for that support. All right, with that, we will open it up to public comment. Any public comments? Seeing none, we will close public comment. We'll bring it back up here. We're being asked to approve the TBID annual report. Anyone would like to do that or have any additional comments? Hit your mic.
I'd like to approve it.
All right, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, with that, sorry, Aaron, before you get too close, I do know we have some folks in the audience who are here for item 7.5, our short-term rental ordinance update. It is 9:20, and I don't know how late we'll be able to go. I was curious if my fellow council members would be open to jumping ahead to item 7.5, since we know we have some public comments on that item. Is everyone okay with that?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Aaron. Rosie, come on up. So this is for those watching at home and here in the audience. We are jumping to item 7.5, our short-term rental ordinance cleanup item.
Thank you for the introduction and good evening, Mayor and Council. As stated, my name is Rosie Johnson, Program Analyst for the Short-Term Rental Division. And tonight I'm going to be introducing a few areas of the municipal code that warrant minor changes. The intent of these changes is not to introduce significant policy changes, but the proposed updates are intended to further expand on requirements and clean up aspects of the short-term rental ordinance and transient occupancy tax chapters of municipal code by improving clarity and consistency. To start, I will be proposing a modification to the short-term rental definition. The intention of a transient occupancy registration certificate is for one renter, which may be an individual or group, to rent the whole unit, which may be a whole home or a portion of a home. Recently, a scenario presented itself where a registered short-term rental was advertising multiple rooms in the home to be individually short-term rented, instead of renting the entire short-term rental to one rental party. The rental of individual rooms to multiple parties falls within the definition of a commercial bed and breakfast, governed by development code, and would require a use permit to operate. To provide clarification on the use of a short-term rental transient occupancy registration certificate, staff recommend adding to the short-term rental definition that a short-term rental is to be rented to one person or group in a single transaction and not rented to multiple people or groups in multiple transactions. This would render the use a bed and breakfast. This then leads us to discussing prohibiting further movable units in special occupancy parks or mobile home parks. On Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, Council approved updates to the short-term rental ordinance prohibiting short-term renting of mobile homes and manufactured homes that are not fixed to a permanent foundation, but rather are attached to a chassis and/or are located in a mobile home park or in a mobile home subdivision. While the intent of this amendment was to prohibit short-term renting in all movable units, staff became aware that additional language may be required to capture all unit types. Staff recommend modifying the list of prohibited short-term rental property types to include recreational vehicles, tiny homes, or dwellings of any kind, and expand on where the movable units can be housed by modifying the prohibited locations to include recreational vehicle park and special occupancy park as defined in California Health and Safety Code. Currently, we have one active hotel registration certificate, which is different from a short-term rental registration certificate, for a special occupancy park, which is for a portion of Coachland RV Park. Historically, the hotel designation is based on the property's original use permit approval, allowing short-term stays within the designated campground portion of the parcel. In addition, Coachland was approved for a hotel transient occupancy registration certificate because the short-term units are separated from the long-term housing mobile home units, and 24-hour on-site management is provided, which is consistent with hotel operating requirements. Staff recommend maintaining the status of the existing hotel registration certificate, but recommend prohibiting additional transient occupancy registration certificates from being issued for hotel use in mobile home parks, recreational vehicle parks, or special occupancy parks. To accomplish this, staff recommend revising Chapter 3.24 to clearly state that no new transient occupancy registration certificates shall be issued after November 14th, 2023, today's date, for any movable unit or dwelling in a mobile home park, recreational vehicle park, or special occupancy park. This would effectively grandfather in the existing hotel registration certificate and prevent mobile home parks deviating from a long-term housing model to hotel or short-term rental designation, especially since other mobile home parks infrastructure does not align similarly to our hotel registration certificate requirements or hold a use permit for allowable short-term stays issued from the town of Truckee or Nevada County. Next, we are proposing to expand on the application to join the waitlist section. During the waitlist application review process, staff verify if a property is being applied for has any active violations with the town. Should there be any active violations, then staff can proceed with the denial of the waitlist application. Should a waitlist application be approved, and after approval, the property in question receives a violation, for example, listing the property without a transient occupancy registration certificate, staff are unable to deny or void the application due to noncompliance. Staff propose expanding language in this section to specify that if the waitlist applicant is approved to join the waitlist, but then found to be in violation of provisions of the short-term rental ordinance or any local, state, or federal laws, statutes, ordinances, rules, or regulations, the waitlist application spot will be revoked. Then the waitlist applicant can only reapply to the waitlist 1 year from when the violation is remedied. This mirrors the regulation of a revoked transient occupancy registration certificate not being able to apply to the waitlist for a period of 12 months from the date of revocation. Another section we want to modify is the local contact person section. It is a requirement when a complaint is received in association with a short-term rental that the local contact person affiliated with the rental discontinues the potential violation within 60 minutes of the complaint being reported. We would like to expand the language in the local contact person section of the short-term rental ordinance to clearly state that the local contact person has an obligation to investigate whether a violation exists and cause the discontinuance of any violation of this chapter within 60 minutes. Furthermore, within 60 minutes, the local contact person shall submit an explanation to town staff describing the steps the local contact person has taken to investigate the complaint and to confirm and resolve any violation that has occurred. Should the explanation not be provided, then this amendment empowers staff to follow up on enforcement efforts with the short-term rental operator to further instill the requirements and expectations of the local contact person. Next, I'll be discussing smoke alarms being installed in rooms where a bed is located. In a previous version of the staff report pulled by staff from the October 10th council agenda, staff proposed an operational standard to be added into the short-term rental ordinance that would specify no beds may be located in a room not permitted as a bedroom due to potential life safety concerns. Upon further discussion, staff are no longer recommending this change because it would be impractical to enforce. Following discussion with the Truckee Fire Protection District, staff recommend adding an additional requirement for a smoke alarm to be installed in each room where a bed is located to enhance life safety. Operationally, Truckee Fire Protection District staff have already been requiring such smoke detectors as a part of the fire safety inspection rooms where beds are located. The proposed modification will memorialize this requirement. Lastly, when Ordinance 2022-02 was adopted, amending Chapter 5.02, the short-term rental ordinance, the short-term rental regulation prohibiting charcoal grills of any type at short-term rentals was inadvertently deleted from the ordinance. Staff recommends adding the regulation back into the short-term rental ordinance to maintain the fire safety standard. This leads us to the final recommendation of introducing Ordinance 2023-12, amending Chapter 3.24 Transient Occupancy Tax and Chapter 5.02 of the Truckee Municipal Code. And that brings us to the end, and I will turn it over to council for any further questions or concerns.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Right, questions? Councilmember Henderson, any questions?
I think I just have one going back to Coachland. So you're saying your recommendation is maintain the hotel registration certificate for Coachland. Do I have that correct? Okay. And why, I guess, what's the rationale for example, not wanting to allow tiny homes to short-term rent?
The intention was for any movable unit type in a mobile home park, so being inclusive of all the different types of movable units that could be housed.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes, on the provisions about reporting, about a local person promptly investigating, under those circumstances, would the council still have discretion in the event of a technical violation to adjust the fine to fit the egregiousness of the conduct?
If a citation were appealed to the council does have the discretion to impose something less than the maximum fine.
Does the staff have that discretion?
It would be discretion that I think we would be very reluctant to use, I think, because we generally want to impose relatively consistent fines for relatively consistent violations.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I just have 3 questions, and I think they're mostly just confirmations. So, just so I understand the wait list violation clearly, so somebody could be on the wait list for X amount of days. Let's say the violation is they advertise a listing while they're on the wait list. They can delete that listing within a minute, basically, or 5, whatever. They could then reapply, be accepted. There wouldn't be any reason why they wouldn't be accepted back on as long as the remediation took place, right?
Correct.
And then they would just start back again on day 1
Correct.
of said wait list, right? That's how that would work.
The proposed amendment requires 1 year from the date of correction before they could rejoin the wait list.
1 year from date of correction before they could even rejoin the wait list. Got
Correct.
it. So they would start on day 1 of that 1 year is actually what we're saying.
Correct.
And they already waited 1 year is what we're also saying. So they already waited a year theoretically to get on the wait list, right?
If they had just purchased the property, then there is a 1 year waiting period before they can join the wait list.
Right. Okay. Pretty harsh. Just saying. It sounds really harsh. Don't violate the rule. Okay. Going back to the violation. So can you go back to the violation slide? And we're just going to have like some whiplash from last week. Sorry. Yeah. Nope. Keep going backwards. Yeah, local contact person. Thank you. So, okay, within 60 minutes, local contact person submit an explanation describing the steps taken to investigate the complaint. Okay, I went out, I looked at said complaint. Confirm if a violation has occurred. What happens when we have a debate if a violation has occurred and it is after hours and one person says, that looks like the reporter of said violation says, that looks like a violation to me. The local contact person says, no, that's not a violation. There's no resolution that I need to do.
Then we'd have to gather more evidence. What this change is intended to do is to make it impossible, or at least not permitted, for someone to say, I don't think there's a violation. I'm not going to worry about it. It's intended to be, you have an obligation to go at least investigate it. You no longer have the option of saying, I don't think there's anything there. If you're perhaps far away.
So maybe utilizing our experience in our previous appeal, we would expect at the very minimum an accurate picture, time-stamped, etc. If that violation is debatable, right? So Andy, what you just said was they at least have to go look at it. They could still say, I don't think it's a violation, right?
The idea is they have to go investigate in some manner.
Okay.
And then report back as to whether a violation existed and whether that's been discontinued.
I hear you.
I don't, maybe I can jump in here. I don't think we were intending to clean up the whole process with this. We were really bringing back what was previously agendized and we pulled. This was a little tweak we made to clarify one piece of it. There's a future conversation about what documentation we want to see, how we want to move forward with complaints when they come in and evidence to support those. So this is not going to
This one still makes me a bit uncomfortable then. I don't think it's clear enough. I'm just going to say that right now. Like, I think it still leaves the entire issue we just experienced up for debate. So I'm just going to lay that down. That my questions were answered, I think. They just not there. So, and then on the last one, I also just want to be clear. So the prohibition on STRs and tiny homes, recreational vehicles, and mobile homes is specific to those zoning designations where that isn't allowed. So we could have a campground use or a future campground use or a future recreational use where it's not really an STR, but we are, I guess, like how would we manage that? Like a recreational vehicle is parked in a campground use, but it can't be there permanently. Is that what we're trying to get at there? Like I get it in a mobile home park. I understand that concept. I'm just trying to further refine it for other zoning designations and other areas where it might not make as much sense. Or is that just considered a camping reservation and it's not a short-term rental?
Another way of posing the question is, where else do we have RV parks? Or trying to address the question.
Kind of. Or where else is an RV park? I guess what is the difference between having an RV park or a mobile home park or a campground that is purposely built for that purpose, right? Where there may be, it might not be an RV coming in or out on a daily basis. It might be, hey, I have RVs because I own an RV park. And that's what the purpose of an RV park was, or a campground was. And we just have stationary opportunities to create camping reservations because it's an RV park. Like it's, so if we have a campground zoning designation, we have a new campground application. It is a campground, as an example. For example, we've had campground applications before that said campground wants to be zoned for a campground and they want to put a tiny home or a mobile home or an RV in said campground and have it as a fixed facility in said campground, right? Are we saying you can't do that?
So, I mean, just to clarify, a campground by our definition is only for tents. So we treat campground and RV parks different in our code.
Okay, so let's say we have a new RV park then. I mean, I'm just trying to be really clear so that there is no more gray area. I appreciate what you guys are bringing us and bringing us all these gray areas that have come up. I guess what I'm just furthering is I don't know that we're solving our problems, at least for the future. Maybe we're solving it for today, which is fine. And if you can say, hey, Dave, we're solving this for today. This is our issue right now. Maybe it's not the most appropriate issue. So if a new RV park comes in and one of their products in said RV park is to have fixed lodging opportunities because it's an RV park, right? Like a yurt. Or one of those wagon funny things that you see in Utah, or whatever you want to call it. It's the same product. We're going to say, no, you can't do that, even though we've said you can have an RV park.
I think you hit the nail on the head in that we're solving an issue that we've seen come before us currently. There might be future issues that come up with this, and we'd have to come back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I guess that's all my questions. All you.
Okay, I'll save for deliberation my thoughts on the provide an explanation part. I agree. I think it seems vague, but just on all of that you just went through, just to make sure I'm absolutely clear, I get what we're doing with the recreational vehicle park and special occupancy park, but my neighbor has a camper. Can they short-term rent it?
In their driveway?
Yeah.
No, that's already prohibited.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear about that. I better, hypothetically, my neighbor has a camper. Okay, now that's it. I'll save the rest for deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Back on the responding in 60 minutes, the way it's written right now, they have to respond within 60 minutes and within that 60 minutes, submit all of this info to the town.
Correct. Or at least respond to the potential violation that was received or the complaint and provide us further information in regards to that they're following up with the complaint, actions that they took to remediate the complaint. Did they verify that a potential violation occurred? So we're including further language to focus on a complaint, not specifically just the violation at hand, but to further have an obligation for them to follow through with reporting back to us on investigative steps, because it's the STR operator, local contact's obligation to do so. It's the initial intention of the ordinance.
Got it. And I understand we are requiring them, they have to be there and deal with the issue. I guess I'm just thinking also having to submit the documentation within that time. Can we give them a little more time if they're driving to get to it, talking to their renters, dealing with the situation, and then it's an hour and 120 minutes later that they're not in violation of that?
So under the current ordinance, they're already states that they're required to remediate it within 60 minutes. This amendment would not require them to submit documentation. It requires that they call back and state the steps that they have taken to investigate and determine if a violation occurred. If there were follow-up photos and other types of documentation, those are not necessarily required within 60 minutes. Just for clarification.
And actually, Mayor Remack, they are required to respond within 30 minutes and then cure the violation within 60.
Don't they have to respond to a call within 30 minutes?
Correct.
And then they have 60 minutes to
investigate
deal with the issue
and cause any violation to cease.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Can I just add one more quick
Go
question?
for it.
So do they, when a short-term renter gets their permit, do they, in part of their onboarding or orientation, if we even do that, hopefully we have some sort of something that they get, do we tell them that the phone call might come from X, Y, and Z number? We do give them like that origin information, just because there's so much spam in everybody's phones these days. Like, I don't answer anything unless you're in my phone. Like, we tell them, hey, this is the number you're going to get a call from if we deem there to be a violation.
Correct. There's specific literature in our acknowledgments in regards to 1, expectations, 2, we send out local contact expectations in our mailers in regards to 1, save the phone number as contact, so you're aware of who's calling you. Even with the transfer of software, we're able to maintain the same number, so we didn't lose that. And we also have local contact expectations on our website as well. So there's a multitude of facets. So
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie, you had another one.
Yes, I want to come back to the topic I was touching on. My concern is we're creating a kind of gotcha situation where there is no nuisance or public safety associated with a particular technical violation, yet it provides an opportunity to put someone into the position of being in violation for creating no risk and causing no harm. And I'm looking for some, I don't know where, but I'm looking for some flexibility to avoid punitive response to something that really doesn't affect.
Well, the town staff always has the ability to decide whether to issue a citation or not. So there is a degree of discretion in that initial kind of what you might call a charging decision.
Okay.
And if we think that the literal strict application of the rules in the ordinance are not justified in a particular case, we can decide not to issue a citation if there are extenuating circumstances or if there's a little bit of confusion about what actually happened. The staff who are getting more experience with this all the time, I think would make a decision that reflected the intent of the ordinance and was intended to carry out justice, you might say.
Prosecutorial discretion.
Precisely.
Yeah, I think this, like many of the other rules that we've come up with in new programs and enforcement, has been a heavy lift on education at first. So the first violation or report of a complaint is, to Andy's point, is not an automatic citation. There's a lot of education that goes into helping property owners understand what the obligations and the rules
Okay,
are.
that helps. Having that understanding, educating me, that certainly helps. The other thing is, a concern I have is how this works against the small independent landlord and in favor of the large property management company. Because a large property management company can have one local person paid to cover a number of rental units, but the independent operator has to shoulder that responsibility. So over time, I see it as pushing the small operators out, and consolidation occurring under large property owners. I don't know if that's something I should be concerned about or not.
I think the intent of the ordinance is to strike a balance. We're not trying to push anyone out of business, but we would like to have some accountability in the interests of ensuring that neighbors don't have to put up with conduct that's well outside the ordinance.
Yeah, right.
And so we think conceptually, I think the idea is that if you're going to engage in this kind of business, which of course nobody is required to do, people make a volitional choice to do it, you take on some responsibilities and you agree to some responsibilities. And as I said, we're trying to find that sweet spot in the middle between too much regulation and not enough.
Right.
And we think the draft does that, but of course, the council can decide that the right spot is somewhere else.
Right. Okay. And the word submit, we're not talking about having to submit something in writing. I'm seeing nods of yes.
That's correct.
Correct.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will open up public comment. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please come on up to the podium. As we've stated all evening, please state your name. You will have 3 minutes. Timers to my left, your right. And make sure the green light is on.
Seems to be Jack Cashton. I think there's another area that needs clarification. I don't know if it's probably not something you can deal with today, but I think the parking regulations need to be clarified. I think that on-site parking spaces should be code compliant. That is, in terms of the size of the allotted for each vehicle. I think that's 9 by 20, although there's some variation in that. The side setbacks should not be paved, and there should be 5-foot side setbacks. Maybe the most important thing is the snow storage area needs to be adequate for the size of the parking pad, so that people aren't dumping snow on the neighbors. And parking, none of the parking spot on site should extend at all into the public right of way. I think we need to clarify that the parking plan, an alternative parking plan, only applies to properties in the downtown mixed-use area. Also, that the parking pad should be properly permitted, and if there's a retaining wall or anything of the sort, should be properly engineered. And that if parking pads are in code violation, and this might be more of a matter of policy than clarification, but if the parking sites are not code compliant, then perhaps the restriction on getting a certificate ought to be in effect, at least until the property is brought into the parking is brought into compliance. The reason I think it's important, and that this is not a trivial or technical issue, is that for 2 reasons. Number one, it's a lot easier to count cars than people. And if people are over renting their properties, then it's pretty difficult to prove that there's too many people there. But it's a lot easier if there's to prove that there's too many cars there. And the second is that in denser, older neighborhoods with narrow lots, 5-foot setbacks, a restriction on the number of cars might more reasonably protect the neighborhood from overuse of the STR than a strict use of just bedrooms. And thank council for moving this up. Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ainsley Bowen. I have something to give you to read along with me, if that's okay.
And so if you can pass over, yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay. So again, my name is Ainsley Bowen. My husband and I own and operate the Sunset Inn Trailer Park on Donner Pass Road. I would like to address the inclusion of RVs in Truckee's short-term rental ordinance. In the documents that I have, something that I would like to point out is a really murky area in terms of legality, because mobile home parks are governed by the state through the HCD. I have with me basically our California mobile home park residency law. And what I'd like to point out is the section where they define the government agency which is responsible for enforcement of mobile home parks. So number 43. Which government agency is responsible for enforcement of health and safety regulations in my park? In most cases, the State Department of Housing and Community Development has enforcement authority over mobile home and RV parks. However, there are a few cities and counties that maintain code enforcement in their jurisdictions. Truckee is not one of those. Mobile home parks and special occupancy parks are governed by the state through the Housing and Community Development Department, like I said. In order for a town to enforce or place ordinances on a mobile home park, RV park, or special occupancy park, they must first become a local enforcement agency. I included within this literature what needs to happen in order to obtain that. And then enforce the codes and standards laid out in Title 25, which is a 150-page document establishing the laws and regulations for both mobile home parks and special occupancy parks. In consideration of Title 25, my husband and I wish to point out some specific examples pertaining to the use of special occupancy parks, recreational vehicles, and their intended use on a short-term basis. Fundamentally, this proposed modification to the Truckee short-term ordinance contradicts state law. Furthermore, the proposed modifications is in direct conflict with the intended use of recreational vehicles and special occupancy parks in general. So for mobile home parks, the definition of occupancy is occupancy and occupy refer to the use of a recreational vehicle, park lot by occupant, tenant, or resident. The definition of an occupant means the owner or operator of a recreational vehicle who has occupied a lot in the park for 30 days or less. This is kind of just giving you the gist of it, but essentially, I think the town needs to take a closer look at the legality of this and decide if they want to dabble with something
Thank you
state
very
law.
much. Thank you. Don't be shy.
My name is Emily Cashton. The STR ordinance, which is tied to the municipal codes, was developed to protect the health, safety, and welfare of residents and neighborhoods and control STR activity. Staffing problems have caused a significant lag time in responding to STR complaints, especially on weekends, causing delayed on-site reviews and a disconnect in acquiring facts. If additional staffing is needed, then TOT fees should be increased to allow adequate investigation. Snow removal and snow storage on site is not discussed and should be. People who lodge complaints have a right to know if the STR owner is contesting a citation in an administrative hearing. Recently, the council heard a protest from Max Bailey appealing a citation. He lives in Auburn, owns and operates the 4-bedroom STR next door, which has been a 30-year nightmare. He is rented routinely from 15 to 30 people at a time, causing parking problems while dumping excess garbage in neighbors' bear boxes. His interest is money, with no care of the neighbors or neighborhood. He is the reason an STR ordinance was desperately needed. He has over 70 police and code enforcement complaints, including many of his renters' loud, drunken deck parties with vomit, cigarettes, alcohol containers, and other bear-attracting garbage dumped on our property. He consistently rented during the governor's STR ban and was also in violation of the Truckee STR ordinance, renting to an excessive group, having 2 nights of past midnight loud, drunken deck parties, 5 feet from our bedroom window. Among the complaining neighbors, one wrote to code enforcement, this ST owner has been coaching his renters to file complaints against any neighbor who reports them for anything. He retaliated by filing a false police report against me. Any retaliation by an STR owner should not be tolerated and should be cause for removal of the STR license. Apparently, he did get a citation with no public notice, protested in front of an appointed administrative staff member who dismissed these well-documented blatant violations and the citation, failing the neighbors and neighborhood. He has only 2 on-site parking spaces, but advertises for 4, using Donner Pass Road and West Reed for overflow. Despite dozens of complaints with photographs, Mr. Bailey is getting away with what all other STR owners can't. Please enforce the parking requirement with Mr. Bailey. The most egregious excuse was Nicole Casey, the town CPA, writing us that staff can interpret the ordinance as they please and there's no duty to enforce. This renders the ordinance and enforcement effectively useless, while the town fills coffers and neighbors suffer. In a second citation, the town staff upheld the citation, but when he protested to council, Mr. Pulvey and Zabrinsky voted to overturn it with no consideration to the neighbors.
Thank you very much.
And the serial violations.
Thank you, Emily. Your time is up.
I compliment.
Thank you, Emily. Emily, your time is up. We do not take any additional time from anyone. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will be right back. If there's another public comment, please proceed to the podium.
Good evening, Truckee. I'll try to keep this to 3 minutes brief. I'm going to pick up a little bit where we left off. My name is Coleman Bowen. I own Sunset Inn. I've been in the mobile home park industry and recreational vehicle industry for over 15 years. Recreational vehicle park is any area or tract of land or separate designated section within a mobile home park where 2 or more lots are rented, leased, or held out for rent or lease, or were formerly held out for rent or lease, and later converted to subdivision, cooperative, condominium, or other form of resident ownership to accommodate owners, users of recreational vehicles, camping cabins, or tents. This is the definition under California law of a recreational vehicle park, also a special occupancy park, including tents and camping cabins, which we brought up earlier. But I just wanted to make sure we read that so everybody understood the definition. I'll read a couple more quick definitions just to kind of set this in place. This is straight from California MRL, which is the governing body, from HCD, which governs mobile home parks. A couple things my wife hit on. The definition of an occupant in an RV park is someone who stays for less than 30 days. The definition of a short-term rental is less than 30 days. An RV park is intended use is for under 30 days or over 30 days. There's 150 pages that go further into this that I'm sure council can tell you about. But I will read one more, 799.45. It's about rental agreements. Management may offer a rental agreement to an occupant of the park who intends to remain in the park for a period in excess of 30 days, implying that they can stay for less than 30 days at any recreational vehicle park or special occupancy park under California code. As she pointed out earlier, mobile home parks and special occupancy parks are specifically governed by the state of California and the Housing and Community Development. I know this through 15 years of experience in the industry and had my countless violations and this and that. And that's who actually I apply for permits for. That's who we talk to about any future litigation, anything in that regard. This proposed modification of the short-term rental ordinance fails to take into account the nature of our rental market. Often people in our community lose their housing via a landlord selling the home, and they need a short-term option to find that's affordable till they find a new long-term solution in a house with housemate shares. And that can take a week, it can take 30 days, or it could take 6 months depending on the timing. Families get divorced, families have problems, parents need to be able to stay in the community to stay with their children. Not having an affordable option for short-term rental is hurting our community, especially the people who work in our community. Let's say your house last winter got destroyed by a snow load. You have nowhere to stay. You're being forced to take your kids down to Reno to stay in a hotel because that's the only thing affordable. We need affordable short-term rental options that are not million-dollar homes. We talked about some of the other ladies this evening talked about sustainable options for housing. Tiny houses are a great option for that. Recreational vehicles are an awesome option for that. Taking it away would be a shame.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Mayor, can I interrupt you quickly?
Of course.
Since it is 10 o'clock and I think there might be discussion about continuing 7.3 and 7.4 to a later meeting, if we could make that determination so the staff that's waiting could go home if you're going to continue.
Sure. Before we get into discussion.
If you don't mind, I'd just like to let them leave.
Yes. No, that is very thoughtful of you. Great job, town manager. Yes, 7.3 and 7.4 continue to the next meeting. We're already past 10 o'clock. This is going to take a little bit more time. We're all in agreement? Yes. Okay. Sorry, Yumi and Aaron. Thank you for being patient. All right, with that, we'll bring it back up to the dais for discussion. Councilmember Henderson.
I feel like I am comfortable with a lot of the recommendations. I think the two that we had questions, several of us had questions about, are the two that I do have some concerns about. I think, related to Vice Mayor Pahlavi's point on, having to sort of document the complaint. I feel like this is a little bit of a just short-term Band-Aid, but we actually have to come up with a better, more robust solution for that to address complaints, because maybe you can pull the language back up on that specific one, Rosie. Yes. So I feel like this, what is good is that they have to, within 60 minutes, like that local contact person has to demonstrate that they have taken steps to investigate the complaint. But I feel like we're still in the same place that we were in when we were talking about this last week of, they're like, all right, a violation hasn't occurred, and the complaint says a violation has occurred, and we're not actually tackling that piece in this revision. And again, maybe it's short term, and we're going to try to figure this out in a different way as we move forward, and maybe we just don't have the right solution for it at this moment. But it does still feel kind of fuzzy to me, and like it's not moving us past where we were last time. So that's one that I'm a bit worried about. And then quite frankly, our town attorney is going to have to weigh in. I have no idea on, all of the information that our public commenters provided related to California state law. And I don't have enough information to make a decision related to what was brought forward this evening.
Well, I think that the advice to look into the legality of it and to talk to HCD is really good advice. So several months ago, I did that. I talked to one of the senior mobile home park regulators at the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And he wrote back to me and he said that although they don't provide legal advice to jurisdictions, I asked him two things. I said, can we regulate or prohibit short-term rentals in parks, and also can we tax them? And so he answered the second question first. He said HCD is aware of a number of cities that tax short-term rentals in the parks. He said we can't provide legal advice, but we know a lot of cities do it, which sort of sounds like HCD is not taking any enforcement action against them. But then on the question of can we regulate them, his answer was interesting. He said state law is clear that jurisdictions can prohibit or regulate short-term rentals. A permitting process would fall under the regulatory granted by the state as long as it doesn't conflict with any state law. And then he provided an example of what would conflict with state law, which would be if our STR permitting process had building standards for within the parks, which is completely preempted. We can't do that. But the impression I get, although they can't say it directly, is that HCD acknowledges that we can, in fact, regulate or prohibit short-term rentals in mobile home parks. Of course, if HCD believes otherwise, I'm certainly always happy to talk to the state agencies on this. And so if somebody in HCD contacts us and says that what we're planning to do or after we adopt it is inconsistent with state law, great. We can talk to them, we can change the rules. But for now, I'm comfortable that what we have proposed is entirely consistent with state law.
Thank you so much for that clarification. So I would actually love to. Is it on? It's green.
I think our microphone system is also at the end of the evening for it. So
Everyone's done.
it does.
Is it working? Yes. Okay. So I'd love to hear from some of my fellow council members, just sort of opinions on that. I mean, it sounds like we're, based on our understanding, not in a legal gray area, which is always good. So those are the only two that I really want to have more of a conversation about with my fellow council members. The other ones I'm comfortable with.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Well, I don't have a better solution on the local contact requirement. I'm willing to go along with this. I know we can change it later. I don't have an improvement for that one. On the limitation on the short-term rental and mobile home parks and RV parks and special occupancy parks, I think it's overdue, and I'm really pleased to see staff has moved forward on this. We have a housing crisis. That's one of the least expensive places where people can live. And we have a crying need to provide housing for our workforce. So I'm in favor of that change.
Councilmember Henderson?
Can I just jump back in and maybe I don't have a better solution on this one either, so maybe we just do go with it. But I wonder if it is something, because you said they could call in with an explanation, just call the number, like submit. I know it doesn't say written explanation, but I think this was your kind. It feels to me like they're supposed to actually like hand over something. So maybe we can maybe that wording can be revised a little bit, which still does not deal with the issue of the argument of like, did a violation occur or not? But
Are you proposing to say submit a verbal or written explanation?
yeah, I think that's fine.
And
I was going to add, like, resolve any potential violation that has occurred. I mean, that just feels, I don't know if we're watering it down and we're just wordsmithing this to death, and I apologize for that because that is not my jam. That's not how I want to do stuff like this. But to me, what we are missing is confirm if a violation has occurred. I think a violation occurred. You don't think a violation occurred. What do we do? That's my total, that's just where I'm at. And that part isn't clear. That's all.
It's a fair point.
Councilmember Klofstad, you've got a great idea, I can tell.
Well, I don't know if it's a great idea, but I will just reiterate that this is a privilege that is offered to our property owners. And they enter into this obligation or the obligations of this ordinance willingly. And I would just suggest that we have something in there that clarifies the burden of proof is on the STR operator. Whether it is proof of no violation or proof of the violation being cured, that that we clarify that burden of proof resides with that STR operator because they are entering into this obligation willingly.
And I'm actually totally comfortable with that. And I would be, but I think, again, to the public commenters' comments, what we don't, the area of debate is, well, do you have room for 2 cars or 3 cars, and which one's legal? And we haven't verified that, right? And parking, that to me is like, so if all we're doing here is fighting over how much space there is on a parking pad, because my little Prius fits in an 8x10 parking spot, but the next day there's 3 big cars there, right? That's sort of why
I don't think we would have the ability to designate the number of appropriate cars to be parked because each house or residence is different. Some might have space for 2, but they can host 16 people. You know, I don't think that's realistic. I think our ordinance is very clear that you have to park on pavement, and isn't there something already in there about not impeding the public right of way? Yeah, so I think that's actually clear. I just go back to the interpretation of the violation, and I think we do need to be clear that the burden of proof is on the STR owner. You have to prove that either there was no violation in the first place or that the violation is cured. And I think that clarifies or at least gets us to the next step when another appeal comes. That, okay, Mr. So-and-so, do you have proof that you cured the violation? Give us the proof. It's your job.
I like this idea. I do think there are some circumstances, and I feel like this came up in our conversation previously, of would they be able to prove, like, what if somebody calls and what if it's the people, it's not cars, and says, there's, that's a 2-bedroom house and I see there's 16 people out there. And then the STR owner sends a picture of 3 people standing on the deck and says, see, I proved there's not that many people there. Like, there's some things where that would be really hard to prove if there was a violation or not.
Absolutely, that's going to be hard. And we are not going to solve for all of those. But I think where we got stuck on this last issue was whether or not there was a responsibility or an obligation of the STR owner to show up and decide and validate that issue, that report. And I want to make it clear that it is their responsibility. And I think that's where we're still a little vague in this language. And then additionally, Thank you, Andy. I think we should move forward on the trailer or the RV rentals in the way that it's described, but certainly welcome any feedback from the state on how we've crafted that and make adjustments as necessary. Just to finish that thought, I think it's important that those units are available and for those shorter term needs as described, but I don't think allowing them to be on a VRBO website to facilitate that is necessary for that to be available to our community. So that's the distinction that I place there. I think it's still a great service and an important aspect of our housing needs, but I don't think VRBOing them is satisfying that need. So that's my thought on that one, just to put that one to bed.
Can I come back to the burden of proof? I do have problems with putting the burden of proof on the person being accused. These violations lead to misdemeanors, can be recast as misdemeanors. It's criminal conduct except for the fact they can't go to prison, can't put them in jail. But everything else about this is the same as you broke a criminal law. The fine is a deterrent, it's punishment, it's not compensation. It's a penalty, and the whole idea of innocent until proven guilty permeates infractions, misdemeanors, felonies, and these kinds of fines. So at least we should leave it undefined. But we shouldn't be shifting something that's so fundamental to due process in the United States.
And I appreciate your perspective on that. That's and I agree, and I value those aspects of our society. But I will just again go back to this is a privilege that we offer our property owners. They don't have to short-term rent their facilities. We all have to abide by speeding laws and not embezzle, and because otherwise we're subject to those things. This is a privilege, and they enter into this willingly. I believe the burden of proof should rest with them. My opinion.
So I'm going to agree with Councilmember Klofstad on this one. I'm going to say that I'm comfortable, at least with the slide that's on our screen, with moving that forward. I would offer to Councilmember Zabriskie, I think that Andy did sum up your original comment. Are we pushing these people into property management? That was a part of the conversation when we put this into action. And that was a very significant part. And the reason why that was a part of it was theoretically because some of these things would be more easily remedied should somebody not live. 60 minutes, honestly, is quite close. We have short-term rental operators that live across the world, right? And still try to independently rent. So I do think there is an activity here. I also am always going to be reminded of the fact that, one of the biggest talking points during that conversation was, so we zone for businesses, but yet we are letting businesses operate on every block in our neighborhoods. So at the end of the day, if we are allowing for this special privilege and we are allowing a small business to operate, they have people, they have services, they need cleaners, they have all of these other things, is the theory and the justification to say, yeah, you'd be a lot better off with a property manager because they're a business and that's how they're going to manage this. And it is a business. And we've said it's a business because you're earning income and paying taxes on your business at the end of the day. So I'm going to defer on this one too, Councilmember Klofstad. I'm going to agree with her. I'm going to put in my footnote of this that they're just, this isn't clean enough still, and we still need to clean it up a little bit more, or at least provide some sort of, hey, maybe that vocabulary is not correct. Confirm if a violation has occurred. Maybe it is address if a violation has occurred. Confirm means you're saying, confirming that I violated this. You can address the violation rather than confirming it. That to me is a simple change of language that provides the same backup that we are trying to accomplish. I don't know that we're going to get there tonight, and I don't want to make sausage on the dais. So I'm just making it very clear I'm uncomfortable with it, but I'm willing to let it go tonight for the sake of moving this conversation along, and because I think we have some other murkier issues. You want me to go to the mobile home park thing, or do we want to just like try to wrap this up and see if we at least have consensus on this?
I was going to suggest the same thing as you. I think I heard staff even say this was taking, like, modifying based on our conversation, but thinking that probably more would be needed from 2 weeks or whenever our last council meeting was. So that's what I was going to suggest too. If we are in agreement with this, to proceed with this and welcome staff to come back with this additional feedback on additional wordsmithing, additional conversation around other ideas.
A web form that says, I am addressing this violation, but I am not confirming that it is a violation. I debate the actual violation. I don't care what we do, but something along those lines that at least allows for, an opportunity to have a conversation about it, right? And I think that's then code compliance's job to say, great, we're going to come follow up with you and we're going to deal with this. Right. It's not a life safety issue. We're not talking about like the end of the world here. That to me is perfectly fine resolution on this particular issue.
Just to add to that, we actually do have a web form where they can submit for the complaint and other multitudes of communication that they could submit to us. So.
Okay. I'm seeing heads nodding on that.
Can I ask for one point of clarification on that? I did hear a suggestion of changing the language to shall submit a verbal or written explanation. Is that the direction the council would like to go?
Yes.
Okay. I'm seeing at least 3 heads nod. Okay.
And then Vice Mayor Pallavi, did you want to go back to the RV?
Sure. Okay. So first and foremost, I really wish you had reached out to us, or at least me. I can only speak for myself prior to having to make public comment. It's a very limited opportunity, and it doesn't allow us the opportunity to ask actually inquisitive questions and really understand what the heck you're doing. I just don't you very much gave us a very interesting use case scenario that I very much can find a way to agree with if I understood a little bit more about how you were undertaking it and really what the premise was and how it was being executed, because I'm not disagreeing with you on any of those use cases. I think they're all incredibly valid and provide a need that is probably not being served in this community. Unfortunately, we aren't able to have a conversation up here like this. That's just the unfortunate formality of how we operate. So otherwise, we'd be up here for many more hours than we currently are. So without having that color and without being able to really plead a case to say, to me, I think there is a need for a certain type of temporary short-term housing that isn't in a private home and that isn't in a $150 a night hotel room. I mean, if you could get a $150 a night hotel room, which I actually don't think you can get. And if there is a service being provided that is a $50 a night hotel room or a weekly rate, that to me is very different, and it's a different conversation. And I want to be really clear about that. Absent a true understanding of the issue that we are trying to grapple with, I either don't have a choice and I have to agree, depending on how you all feel, with pushing this through tonight, or just striking it and allowing us a little bit more time to deal with it. and get more information. I could be very much swayed to say, like, hey, there's a limited number of these. You know, I don't know the nature of your operation. We have a token program. Why you could deed restrict 5 of your mobile homes on your park, and then we could give you 5 short-term rental certificates, just to throw that out there. Okay, you can't talk. It's not a two-way conversation. I'm just trying to tell you that had we been able to have this conversation, maybe there are some other solutions. Yeah, but you had 3. You knew this was coming back. You gave us public comment a month ago. All 5 of us are really there.
Can I
appreciate your, yeah.
Let me try to see if I can address Vice Mayor Pallavi's concerns a bit. We have 6 mobile home parks in Truckee, 3 big ones: Coachland, Village Green, and Donner Creek Mobile Home Park. And we have 3 small ones: the Sierra Trailer Park, Old 40, and Sunset Inn. Coachland had both a mobile home park and an RV park, and when Paula Ganley owned it, about half of it was long-term rented, the other half was short-term. All the other parks were long-term, with people trying to get in. They were full with long-term people. So what this is doing is trying to staunch a change in business operations to short-term rentals. It's trying to preserve what we have now. It's not kicking out short-term RV people. It's trying to prevent a transition to short-term. So it's good to stop it before it gets any worse, because our greater need is for inexpensive long-term housing.
And I think I'm there, honestly. I don't know enough, and I hear exactly what you're saying, and that's the black and white I'm talking about. Okay. Precisely. I just find that there's potentially a need for another type of I don't think this is short-term lodging in the sense of short-term rentals, I guess is what I was, in the examples that he gave, and maybe I'm being duped or I'm being sympathetic, I don't know. But I agree. We have a need for displaced people. We have a need for couples who are separating. We have a need for childcare. We have a need for a bed in a place at $50 a night. That's all I'm really saying. And currently that product doesn't exist anywhere in our community. That's really the point that I'm trying to make, right? It's like transitional housing.
True.
Domestic violence.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think mobile home parks are the solution, and Coachland has empty spaces in its RV park.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, that I'm fine to proceed with the way this is in front of us tonight, and I'm open to future conversations, and show me there's a need, right? And use the short-term rental token program for what it's intended for. Then, I guess.
Thank you. Similar sentiments, Vice Mayor Pallavi. Would like to understand more. That said, there is the opportunity, as we all know, to rent for 31 days and not need a short-term rental permit. So there are some of these cases that were just highlighted where I could see that still being utilized of, yes, it's not a weekly rate, but it's still an opportunity for people who have split up and stay there for a month rather than short-term renting. I would also say, as this short-term rental ordinance continues to evolve, we've already said we'd like to see more conversation on this specific item. So I think it does pose an opportunity for continued conversations, and I would suggest we move forward as is tonight. It would set those restrictions in place, but I think open to continued conversations if there should be an evolution on some aspects of the mobile home park or RV or special opportunity sites. So I think there's a consensus of moving forward tonight with what was presented to us with that minor change on this item. If everybody is in agreement, would somebody like to make a motion?
Can you put the motion back up for us? Okay. I move that we introduce ordinance 2023-12, amending chapter 324 and chapter 502 of the Truckee Municipal Code with the modifications discussed this evening, which I believe you have captured, Hillary and Rosie, correct?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, that passes unanimously. Thank you all for coming. All right, we can go through our council member reports expeditiously. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you very much. In no particular order, I attended our Veterans Day celebration. Thank you to Mayor Romack for the incredible words. And David West gave some very nice remarks as well. That was wonderful. We haven't had council in like 3 weeks. Is that right? Okay. So I attended the Downtown Merchants Halloween event, which is always very fun. Thank you to all of our merchants who put that on and just make a really wonderful community event for everyone here. I attended the Rotary's annual fundraiser this past weekend, a Truckee Climate Hub meeting. I was at the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council last week, which met down in the Bay Area. And I spoke about local government leading the way in climate innovation. I talked about our CAP, the CTA, and our microtransit. Holy cow, were people impressed. Wait, you're doing all this and you're 18,000 people? I mean, it was really incredible. So just a lot of interest and excitement sort of across the board with what we're doing and people really seeing us as a leader in this type of work and in sustainability. And then just yesterday and this morning, I was down in Sacramento at the Behavior, Energy, and Climate Change Conference and having a lot of conversations about decarbonization and all of the things that we're working on.
Thanks for representing us and showing the good work we're all doing. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Oh, I found it. Okay. Attended the new police swearing in ceremony with the mayor and
Make sure you're like.
Gotta sit over there. Attended a hospital board meeting to make a presentation on the CTA, attended the Kids Zone luncheon, a meeting of the Truckee River Legacy Foundation, the Homeless Advisory Committee met for the first time, attended that. There was a CTA community event, then met with Drew regarding the GIS for the biological survey, the library reopening ceremony, and then the River Revitalization Steering Committee meeting, status on the two subcommittees, and then Nevada County Transportation Committee, and a meeting regarding the biological survey and mapping.
Great job. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Klövstad.
Well, first of all, I would like to make sure everybody here knows that the Civic Well Conference is open for registration, and it will be back in Yosemite again this year. So I encourage all of you to participate and register for that. The just as a side note, the entire SMUD board attended last year, and I was like, can you guys do that? And they're like, yeah, we can do that. We just can't talk with each other. So you all can come. Just go hang out. Yeah. They were actually sponsors of one of the social hours. It was pretty cool. You did s'mores. The CTA community event I thought was hugely successful. We think we had about 65, 70 people there. The Wood is Good was the top winner, and then the group that I was in, the Diversion Divas, received a $10,000 award. We're still trying to figure out how we're going to navigate all of that, but I want to thank Jan for attending and asking the best question of the night, which was, tell me more about the Diversion Divas. So thank you for that. The library grand reopening was really nice. I was so impressed with how much lighter and brighter and more inviting that space is. I think it was a great improvement while we wait for our grand future Truckee Library. And I went straight from there to the Truckee River Watershed Council's reception and presentation. And I learned so much every time I go to one of those. They described they showed all the machinery and the actual mechanisms and process that they did to redevelop this one whole area, that I was like, tear it up so that you can rebuild it. It's just, I have a hard time getting past the whole how much you have to tear it up in order to rebuild it, but it's really impressive. And then I met with a few of the environmental policy and management master students from UC Davis that are planning a geothermal heating and cooling system in our region. That was a very interesting discussion. Kicked off the full moon hike with a little info speech about our Dark Skies initiative, and people were very excited about that. You did one of those too, right, Councilmember Henderson? And then I had the honor of attending the PD swearing in ceremony with Jan and Lindsay. I just love those because, I mean, not only do you get a chance to thank the sworn staff, but also the volunteers and the regular staff and their families. It is really cool. It's one of my favorite ceremonies. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Klövstad. Police swearing in ceremony. Agree. It's fun to get to know all of them a little bit better too, hear about what they're into outside of policing. The downtown trick-or-treating, that was great. I've done 2 community spotlight interviews on 101.5, one on Dark Skies, and then another one just today that I think is available soon, if not already, on our THAP program, and also featured Bill Greeno, highlighting our first business home. R2SC, the River Revitalization Steering Committee subcommittee meeting on the consultant selection, and then the committee itself. And I did just want to highlight, this was a new process on our selecting the consultant that we approved tonight, recommending a consultant that we all approved tonight, and that, you know, we had a whole committee involved in it, very involved in writing the RFP and reading through all of the proposals. 2 committee members, Pam Hobday and Alicia Barr, sat in with town staff, Jen and Hillary, of interviewing all the consultants. So it was a different process that I think was neat to see how it worked. And I think for some of these bigger projects, it's something to explore as well, to get more community input. I think the subcommittee was great too, because it's a lot of people with a lot of experience doing this process too. So they were all bringing their nonprofit experience or the business experience. So I did just want to highlight how fantastic that was. Library grand reopening, Kids Zone Museum fundraiser. I was at the Sierra Community House fundraiser in Incline Village. They raised, I think I heard, over $260,000, which was incredible. So it was great. And then again, to just hear about all the wonderful things they do. Veterans Day, phenomenal. Thank you to staff for putting that on. The big Rotary event was also fun to see everyone in their Western wear. And then also had the pleasure of attending a mayor's roundtable with the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Sacramento 2 weeks ago. And it was all mostly Sacramento area mayors. And they said how they really wanted to make sure Truckee was there. We were the only rurally, non-super Sacramento focused. So I think that was great. You know, maybe it's thanks to Councilmember Henderson's work of putting us out there, but recognizing, you know, that we're an important place to be thinking about. And it gave an opportunity to share some of our challenges and issues, and also learn about some of the work that's being done with the U.S. Conference of Mayors at the federal level and advocacy they're doing there as well. And they talked a lot about the conference. I think maybe you attended one of them. It sounded great. I would encourage future mayors to look into that, again, just to understand what's happening and other ways we can get involved. And I think that's it. So with that, we are adjourned.